Well, hello. Welcome to the third Joy of Painting series. I'm Bob Ross, and I'll be your host for the next 13 weeks as we experience this fantastic wet-on-wet painting technique. In the next few weeks, we'll show you how to make fantastic pictures here using only 12 colors, an almighty brush, and a great big palette knife. So, I've already covered the canvas with a thin layer of magic white, and then we just blend it out with long horizontal and vertical strokes, like so. This just assures a nice even distribution of magic white all the way across the canvas. So while I'm washing the brush here, I'm going to get them to graphically run the 12 colors that I use across the screen. These colors will come across your screen in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with titanium white and working around. So let me clean the brush and we'll get started here. We clean our brushes with odorless paint thinner. There we go. And just beat the bristles dry. Today let's start out with a tiny little bit of Indian yellow. And we'll go right in here and just lay on a little bit of color. Just like so. And I'm going to go right into some alizarin crimson and pull a little bit of paint out and beat it into your bristles so it's nice and even. And we'll put just a tiny bit of alizarin crimson here. And we do this making little crisscross strokes or X strokes, just back and forth. There we go. And just let it blend right down into the yellow. Okay. Now up here on the top, let's go into a tiny bit of Prussian blue. Now Prussian blue is very, very strong. Be careful with it. And right across the very top, still making the little crisscross strokes, we'll just lay in a little bit of Prussian blue. And while we have the brush dirty, let's take a little bit of blue and add us a little tiny bit of water right here. And you pull from the outside in and leave this area open. We want it to show when we're finished. There we go. And continually your color is mixing with the magic white and it blends it, makes very soft, nice, gentle colors. Okay. Now, let's take a clean, dry brush and just blend all this together. She's still making the little crisscross strokes. And then we'll hypnotize it gently. Down here, all the way across. The yellow will still remain on the canvas. And if it happens to touch the blue, it'll just turn green, which is very nice for water, so we can get away with it today. Okay. Let's start out with a little bit of Van Dyke brown. We'll take a small amount of brown, and we'll go right up in here, and let's put in an almighty mountain. There. Just let this mountain flow right off your knife. And we're really pushing this paint into the canvas. We want to push it right into the fabric if possible. Maybe another little bump right there. Okay. Now with a large brush, we can very gently pull this down a little bit. This removes excess paint and allows your mountain to get lighter on the bottom. Just pull it down. All we're worried about is a nice outside edge. We could care less what's happening inside right now. So let's take a little bit of Van Dyke brown and burnt umber mixed together. Just mix it right here on the palette. And we just touch and follow the angles in the mountain. We'll do a nice brown mountain today. There. Just let the paint flow right off your knife. And right over here, maybe a little light strikes. And we can take a little bit of white and begin adding to it to really put some nice little highlights on this mountain. There we go. And this is your world, so let your imagination take you wherever you want to go. Burnt umber and Van Dyke brown just mixed together. A little bit of the highlight color. Now let's take a little bit of Van Dyke brown with a touch of alizarin crimson in it. And with that, we'll put some shadows right in here. Just a tiny bit of crimson, so when we highlight the shadow color, it'll sparkle. And a little bit right over in here. Just very basic, quiet little mountains that are way back in the background. A little bit of highlight over here in the shadow. There. Okay. Now we can take a clean, dry brush, and all we're going to do is begin tapping this bottom at first. Just tap it, and then lift upward. I want to pick up some of the yellow that's underneath here. There we go. Just follow the angles that you have in the mountain. We'll add a tiny bit more of the yellow onto the brush here. Just want this mountain to softly, softly disappear. Always follow your angles. There. Okay, and that's super quick, nice little way to make a happy little mountain. It's way back in the distance. Okay, now let's take, first of all, and clean us up a space so we have somewhere to work. Put some sap green, Prussian blue, and Van Dyke brown. Just mix all these together, make a very nice dark color. There we go. Now, let's take the fan brush and fill it full of paint. Just pull it through the paint and fill it up. A lot of paint in the bristles. And we'll use it like so. Just touch and go down. We're going to make some indication of some little evergreens that are way back in the distance, far, far away. We don't want much detail back here. They're too far away. We want to show distance. Just let them work right down like so. Okay, maybe there's one who lives right here. Just wherever you think there should be a tree, you just drop one in. We're not looking for detail. There we go. Just let these rascals fall in. Now, one thing I should mention for the people who are joining us for the first time, the paint we use is very dry and very firm in comparison to most oil paints. You need a very firm paint, one of our golden rules here. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So we start with the thickest possible paint we can find. Then we can put layers of thin paint on top of it. Same color, just adding some ground down here. There we go. Just good dark color. One of the golden rules. You need dark in order to show light. So here we're just applying our dark color. And watch how easy reflections are. They used to drive me crazy when I was a traditional painter, but watch right up here. All you do is touch and pull down. Because the canvas is wet, you can make beautiful, beautiful reflections. This simple. Just touching and pulling down. There we go. And then gently go across. Makes it look just like water. And maybe, way back in the background back here, maybe there's a little waterfall back here that feeds this lake. So touch titanium white, just touch it and come straight down. And then we want it to splash a little as it hits the water down here, just a little. There we go. Now, let's take a little bit of magic white, a little cad yellow, and maybe some sap green. And just load this fan brush full. And we can begin putting some highlights back here. Touch, push that brush so it bends upward. There. And you can make these as bright or as dull as you want them. If you want to show a lot of sunlight back here, use a lot of the yellow color. If it's a quiet, far away, maybe you want to have it much duller in color. There we go. Maybe there's a little projection that lives right out here, so we just drop it in. It's your projection. You can put it anywhere you want it. Okay. Maybe there's another one over here. It just comes right out like this. Okay, now we can take and gently pull a little bit of this down, just so you have a little of that reflection into the water. Go across. Now, let's take the knife, a little bit of magic white, pull it out very flat and cut across it so we can do a very sharp, small little line back here, just to show a little water line. There. There it is. See, I told you that was easy. And this is a very, very free form of painting. We do no tracings, no drawings. We just sort of let these flow right out of our heart. Now, maybe as we get a little closer, the evergreens get a little bigger. So still using the fan brush, I'll go right there. Evergreen lives there. Corner the brush, and we just begin making a nice little evergreen. You just sort of go back and forth with your brush, make all the little limbs that hang there. We'll highlight this little tree, so all we're looking for here is a nice background. And maybe, there's one right here. You know, trees get lonely too, so they need friends. Just give him a little friend right there. Now we can take a little bit of sap green and just come back and highlight the tree. Now you want to place a lot of emphasis on putting the highlight on the right side of the tree, since your mountain is showing that the light's coming from the right. And if you're right-handed, you'll find that it's usually easier to highlight things on the right. If you're left-handed, it'll sort of vary from person to person. Left-handed people have been forced all their life to do right-handed things, so they will find through experimenting which way is easier for them. Okay, now maybe on this side over here, maybe we've got an almighty tree. Maybe there's a nice big evergreen that lives right there. And we just start right at the top using very little pressure. As we work down this tree, we're using more pressure and making the brush bend downward. There we go. Isn't that a super way to make a little evergreen? I used to agonize over these. So this really is the way to do it. Just back and forth, let the brush work, let the paint work. There we go. And we have a happy little tree that quick. And maybe we want to have some leaf trees, some big trees here. So let's use the big brush. Fill it up full of paint. Just load a lot of paint into it and figure out where you want a tree and go right up in here and just drop it in. Bend the bristles. Make that brush bend. Make it work for you. And just come right on. Maybe there's a little peninsula right out through here. So just drop it in. There we go. Now, while we got the dirty brush up here, let's put a few little reflections right there. Just let them fall in. Pull straight down and go gently across. When you're doing these reflections, be sure you pull them straight down. If you pull them at an angle, they just won't look right. So now let's take a 1-inch brush here. We'll put a little magic white in the brush to thin the paint and load it full of paint. Here I'm going to load it with some cad yellow, and let's go back into the sap green. Cad yellow and sap green, and a little magic white to thin it. A lot of paint in the bristles. Now, touch, push, bend the brush. You need to bend it to make all these beautiful little leaves here. Let it bend, and then sort of work in patterns so the tree has some shape to it. You just don't want a dead tree laying out here. Let's put some life in him. There. Now I'm beginning to go into maybe a little yellow ochre. And we'll drop right down here, and there's another happy little bush. There they are. Sometimes you can add just a tiny bit of paint thinner to thin your paint. There, and that doesn't dilute the color. Maybe there's another little bush lives in front of that one. Layer your bushes. It gives depth to your painting. Okay, there we are. Now, this sort of reminds me of my home in Alaska, because you have so many beautiful, beautiful mountains and water things here. So, let's put a happy little cabin in here. This is just too pretty of a spot not to have a cabin, so we'll just take a little Van Dyke brown, and we'll do the back eave of the cabin first. There it is. And we'll come over here and put in the other side of the cabin. Just drop him in. In this series, we're going to try to show you quite a few buildings and how to do it. We've had so many requests from our first couple of series, people wanting to do buildings, so we're really going to try to do some in this series. Okay, a little side over here. Well, we've already got the makings of a little cabin there. We'll take a little brown, white, a little touch of umber into it. There we go. Now, maybe we'll just put a little indication of some logs here. We'll make this a little log cabin. And at home, where you have unlimited time, you can put a lot more detail into it. Here, if we go over 30 minutes, they yell a lot at us. So, these logs go in this direction. Just want to show you how to do it. As I say, at home you have unlimited time and you can put a tremendous amount of detail into these paintings. Now on this side we want it to be a little darker, so here we just want a little indication showing. And if you had a cabin, you'd need a little door to get in it, so we'll put a little door right there. This is just straight brown. And we'll cut it off so it fits the cabin. Maybe there's a little window right here. Here I'm using the little edge of the knife. Maybe there's a window right there. Your cabin, so you put windows wherever you want them. And now, let's put some land under here. Need something to hold all this up. There we go. Straight Van Dyke brown again. Just let the land come out like there. And with a large brush you can touch and pull just a tiny bit of that down into the reflection. Very lightly go across. Now we'll highlight this with a little bit of brown and white just so it stands out. There. Isn't that fantastic? Now we'll take a little bit of the dark Van Dyke brown and just put some logs over here on the edge. You can see the ends of them. Like so. A few back over here. There we are. Maybe there's a little color in the roof. I only had just a tiny bit of permanent red to some brown, and we'll put a tiny little bit of color up here in the roof, and a little bit over on this edge. There. Makes that roof stand out a little bit so you can see it better. Let's go back to the fan brush here. We'll get right into our yellow ochre and sap green and little cad yellow, and let's just push in some little grassy areas. He keeps his yard mowed nice, so we got some nice little grassy areas going here. All right. Now, back to the magic white. This is a very thin paint. It's almost like water. It's a liquid. And into that I'll put a little bit of brown, just to make it look like sand. And we'll go right up through here. And let's begin putting in maybe a little sandbar right here. There. Just let it flow off your knife. Now we can go right back into here, get some Van Dyke brown, and let's just start. Let's go all the way over here. What the devil? We can do anything. Just let that dirt flow right off your knife. This is brown with a little bit of umber in it. Van Dyke brown. So Van Dyke's a very nice chocolate brown. Beautiful color. One of my favorite colors. Okay, we put the dirt in first. Then we can come back and highlight this a little with some grassy areas. You just touch. Let the grass grow slightly above here. So there. Just sort of bring all this together. Now, you know, if you had a little cabin like this, you'd have to have a way to get to it. So let's have a little walkway. Maybe it starts back here and just comes around like so, right on out toward the front. A little bit of brown and white, touch of red to highlight it a little. There. There we go. Now we got us a little trail so we can get back in there. Now let's take and begin laying a little tiny bit of grass here that grows down from his walk down to the water. See how much distance that creates? It pushes everything back. Maybe right in here, just like so. There we go. Now maybe when the old fella built this cabin, maybe he was having a good day and he put a little porch out here. Let's put a little porch on the cabin. There. And I'm using the little edge of the knife again. Then we can come, so there. One little post to hold the porch up. And a tiny bit of highlight right out here. There we go. here on this post. There, just a tiny bit. Now with our fan brush, we can bring all this together, just like that. Okay, now I'm going to use just a clean knife and cut a few little sticks and twigs here and there. Need some sticks to hold up all these beautiful little bushes that you've done. There. Now let's take some more sap green on the fan brush and let's highlight these big almighty trees here. Once again, you want the most emphasis on the right side of the tree since your light's coming from that direction. There. And as it goes down the tree, let it get darker. Start at the top. As you work down, automatically your brush is going to pick up the dark color underneath. It'll get darker as it works downward. There we go. And now, maybe we'll just take and let's put a little bit of highlight right around the door so that stands out. A little bit around the window, and that'll sort of square it up a little. A little bit over here, maybe. Just an indication. This side's very, very dark. You don't see as much there. Okay, let's take a 1-inch brush, and I'm going to take and put a little thinner in my brush. A tiny bit of paint thinner, so I thin the paint out a little. And go right into the Van Dyke brown and load a lot of paint into the brush. Just really fill it up. Load it full. And then we'll go over into the white and pull just one side of it through the white. So now we got brown on one side, white on the other. There we go. This is just double loading a brush so you can get a fantastic effect in one stroke. Remember to put the lighter side on the right. And maybe there's a huge tree, big pine tree, lives right here. Just come right straight down the canvas, ooh, right through the cabin. Put him some little foots out here. And we can darken it up a little if you'd like. Just come right straight down. And that's the way you make an almighty tree. And add a little bit more brown on this side. I want to darken this side a little bit more. And then we can work here a little, fix his little foots up. Okay, now let's take another 1-inch brush and go right into the sap green. Get a lot of sap green on here. Dark color. Very dark. And once again, I've added a tiny, tiny bit of paint thinner to it just to thin it down a little. A lot of paint in the bristles, though. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go right up here and put some nice little leaves on this great big tree. Just use the corner of the brush, and all we're doing is just tapping, just touching. Just let those leaves fall right off your brush. Now, by putting a large tree into the foreground like this, it helps push everything back and makes the perspective better. Makes your painting more interesting. Maybe there's a little limb that comes right there. Okay. Now we can go right into a little bit of cad yellow and a touch of sap green. We'll make a highlight color to drop on this tree. And we'll just come right here. Once again, you want more emphasis on the right and the left. Just put some highlights on all those beautiful little leaves that you made. There we go. Okay, a little highlight right here. Like so. And if you wanted to, you could take your liner brush with a little thinner on it just to thin the paint down. And just put the indication here and there maybe of a little limb that you can see a little bit of back in here. Just here and there. Like so. Maybe there's some nice little sticks that live out here that are growing. Some little twigs. There. Okay. Now, back to our fan brush. And we go back into this yellow and green, a little bit of yellow ochre. And let's work on his foots down here. We just put some grass right down here and cut the tree off wherever we want it. It's your tree. You can cut him anywhere you want him. And maybe there's a few little sticks that hang out over the bank. Just here and there. And I'm just using the point of the knife here. Okay. Well, I think we about had this painting ready to sign. So let's take a little bit of paint thinner, or you can use a thin oil if you'd like. A thin oil probably works a little bit better. It works a little smoother. A little paint thinner, and we're going to mix this till it's like water. Very, very loose. Then turn this fan brush, or this liner brush. I'm sorry, you caught me. Turn this liner brush to bring it to a nice sharp point. And let's go right up in here and sign. The paint's very, very thin, it's almost like water. And with that, you can literally just write your name. R-O-S-S, that's what it is. There we go. Next week, we hope you're here with us. Have a big glass of iced tea ready. Got your canvas set up. And we're going to do a black canvas. We'll do a happy little seascape and show you how to very simply do a seascape. It's effective, a lot of fun. And we'll be looking forward to seeing you. Until next time, we'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. Welcome back. So glad you could join us again today. Today I thought we'd do a fantastic little seascape. This is a very simple little painting that's quite easy to do, and I think it'll stir your imagination and lead you on to bigger and better things. And I've taken the liberty of going ahead and covering the canvas with a layer of Prussian blue, very firm paint. Don't use a paint that's oily or slick. It's a very firm, dry paint. On the bottom, I've added a little bit of phthalo green and a little bit of Van Dyke brown right over here in the corner. So with that, let's get started. We'll take off here with a 1-inch brush, and I'm going to take a little bit of titanium white, just a small amount on the brush. One thing you'll notice on black canvas, color shows up much brighter than it does on a white canvas. And let's just go right up in here and just create a little light area right in here somewhere. There we go. And just making little X's, just brush it like that. Just so we have a light source back here. And now you can begin to see how the white is picking up the blue undercolor, and it shows up. With a large brush, I'm just going to blend this. Just very gently blend it all together. And we talk about a firm paint, but if you were using a thin paint here when you tried to blend, you'd become a mud mixer. So use a very firm, dry paint. Now, maybe we'll put a little moon up here, and we can do some finger painting. I'll just take the finger here and go right up to where you want the moon and just push in a little circle. That's all. Just a little circle, like that. And then we'll take the large brush and very gently just blend this. Once again, paint's firm so you can do all this blending. There we go. Isn't that easy? You have a little moon in the sky. Now let's start with a fan brush, and we can put some happy little clouds in the sky. I'm going to load some titanium white, and you don't need too much paint this time, because once again, color shows up so bright here. And then we'll just take and maybe come right down here like this, and just begin making all these pretty little things. Just let this sort of disappear. And we can add a little more color back up in here, just white paint. There. Maybe a little tiny bit in here. And just let it gently get darker and darker as it gets away from the moon. Up in here, maybe there's another happy cloud that floats around and lives right here. There we go. Now let's take, and maybe right here. This is your world, so you can put clouds wherever you want them. Maybe right there, I see a cloud. You see these things in your mind and you put them on canvas. There we go. Maybe there's another little one that just sort of hides right in here. There we are. Okay, now, we go back to the large brush. And this is where we find out if you're brave. Very gently. Just blend it all together. And you can keep blending it till it gets darker and darker and darker, and it'll finally go away if you blend it enough. So you have to make an almighty decision here. When it gets to the point you like it, stop. Don't piddle it to death. The areas closest to the moon should be the brightest, and as they get farther away from the moon, let them get darker and darker and darker. If you want something darker, once again, just blend it more. There we are. Isn't that a super, super simple, nice way to make a little sky? Okay, let me wash the brush. We wash the brush with odorless paint thinner. And when you're doing this at home, rig up a box or something to contain it. Otherwise, you're going to redecorate your house in a second. Alrighty, now, let's take the palette knife and we'll take a little bit of titanium white, very, very small amount of paint. And we figure out here where the water line's going to be. And just very gently begin touching the canvas. Now, you want this to be pretty straight. You don't want your water to run off one side of the canvas. You have to hang a bucket over there to catch it. So try to keep it pretty straight as it comes across there. There we go. Now maybe right under the moon here, we're going to have some light reflecting in the water. So we can just take and do this. I'm pushing very, very hard just to push the color right into the canvas. And just let this come all the way down. Drop a few more little things back in here. All I'm doing is touching the canvas. Just touch it. And start in the lightest area and work out, and automatically it'll get darker as it goes out from the light source. You don't have to worry about it or think about it. You make all these big decisions. They're done for you. Let the paint work. Let the canvas work for you. And you can see now how it's picking up the Prussian blue and the little phthalo green. Very pretty. All we're doing is just touching. You know, we get so many cards and letters from people who are watching the shows. And one of the big things that we're hearing is people want seascapes like they have in Florida. We have a lot of super friends in Florida. So this little seascape is for them. And Florida is one of our favorite places. My mother lives in Florida. I was originally born and raised in Florida and moved to Alaska. But my mother and I have a brother who still lives there. There we go. Now, once again, we'll take the large brush, and all we're going to do is just very gently blend this in. And we're using pretty firm pressure here. We can really push. This paint's dry. We can push it and move it around without destroying everything. There we go. And already we have the light shining through the water. Then we can begin working on details in the water. Okay, now I'm going to add a little bit of magic white to my fan brush just to make the paint a little bit thinner, tiny bit thinner. Load quite a bit of paint into the brush, and we can begin working on some individual waves and stuff here. And we just barely touch the canvas. We don't want big waves back here in the distance. We want them to get bigger as they come forward. Just barely touch it and give it a little pull, just like that. There you go. Now a super simple little way to make some nice little waves. I knew you could do it. Very simple. Little things happening in the water here and there. Just let the fan brush play. Just let it play and have fun. Wherever you think there ought to be a wave, that's where it should be. There we go. Now as we come forward, we want to start letting these waves get a little bit bigger. Maybe right up in here. We'll put some beach in here, so let's put a big wave right in here. Just let it go there. There we are. Okay, now Once again, right under our light source, we want this to be bright. So start here, like that. There we go. See, automatically it gets darker as you get farther away from it. Over in here, it's getting very dark. And maybe this wave comes up here. Maybe it's getting ready to start breaking. We'll put a little more curl in it right here. You can just use your brush to make the strokes that give you any effect that you want. Maybe it's just beginning to curl over. Boom. All you have to do is just take your brush, bend it so it bends upward. And then grab the top and reverse the angle. Pull it over. So that wave's coming up this way and turns. There we go. And here we can just add a few little highlights on the water, just where the light's playing through here. Don't want them to get too bright. Now we can take a good dry, clean brush here and very gently just blend this right out. Just blend it so it just fades right into the background. Very gently. 3 hairs and some air. We can begin pulling this down and working on some shapes. There, little things happening in the water, some little foamies. Okay, we almost have our big large wave finished here. If you want to increase the highlight, just touch, pull down. Okay, now maybe we have a little beach up here. I want to spend some time working on this beach. Now we can take the fan brush and just put us some basic shapes in here. And we're not too worried about anything now. We're just putting some color on the canvas. And with a clean, dry brush, I want to grab this and pull it down. I want reflections. I want this to look like sand, wet sand. Just pull it down. And then we'll go gently across it. It'll give the illusion of water, of very wet sand or something there. And we can go back, and once again, we'll put in the little foam things that are happening right along in here. And just sort of let them blend backwards. There we go. Now, just sort of pull this back. Isn't this the most fantastic little thing you've ever seen? It's a super easy way to do a nice, very effective seascape. There, we just add a little bit of white and put us some little things in here. There we go. And just let your imagination take you where you want to be. As I say, I was born and raised in Florida, and then later on in life I moved to Fairbanks, Alaska. What a contrast. But Alaska is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. You have so many fantastic things to look at. Now I want this side here just to fade into nothing, very lightly. That's there. Brighten that a little bit. I want that to be a little brighter. It's right under the moon. There we go. And touch, pull down to create our little wave actions. Okay, now with a large brush, once again, I'm just going to very gently grab it. Just blend everything out so it's nice and quiet. There. And you can do this blending all the way across the painting and make it as quiet as you want it. Okay, let's wash the old brush. Now, if you want to make these little areas right along in here stand out a little bit more, we'll take the number 2 script liner brush. I'll put a little bit of thinner on it, and I'm going to go right into a little bit of brown. Just make it very, very thin, like water. And turn that brush, twist it, so it comes to a nice sharp point. And just underneath the edges here, add a little bit of brown. That'll sort of project everything up. Just pushes it up. Just on the areas where you'd see it on this side. Don't worry about back there. There we go. Then, once again, we can gently blend that all in so it's nice and quiet. And let's wash the old liner brush. Now, let's take, maybe there's a little stone laying here on the beach. And I'll use the small edge of the knife and we'll just put a happy little stone right here. Just a little one. And we'll take a little bit of burnt umber, just a little burnt umber, and go right back and lay a little highlight on that stone. Just a little light playing through there, and maybe a little underneath. Then we can take a 1-inch brush, grab a hold of just the bottom, and pull down. We want that stone to reflect into the wet sand, and then come across. Just come across the reflection, though. We don't want to touch our stone yet. Now we'll use a little bit of magic white on the knife, and we'll put like it's water standing around the stone. Just a little. Just let it work right around. And if you put one in here that's too bright, all you have to do is just keep rubbing it, and it'll pick up the blue that's underneath and dull right down for you. In this painting, we use such a limited palette. There's so few colors used here. Now, maybe you can, if this is in Florida, we need a palm tree. I got to have a palm tree, so maybe there's a big palm tree right out through here. We'll just start here with a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. Pull it out very flat. Get a small roll of paint on the knife, and maybe they're just coming from right off the side of the canvas here. And we're just barely touching the canvas. Just let it go up, like that. And now we can do the other side of the tree. Just do one side at a time. And when you do these, you want them to get smaller as they go up. I know it sounds crazy, but sometimes it's a little hard to do. Just want them to get smaller toward the top. There. Now, we got us a basic trunk in. And palm trees are like everything else. They get lonely too, so let's give him a friend. Maybe there's one that always just bends all around like that. Comes way out through here. You know, when you're painting these, make up little stories. Sort of helps you go along. Just capture a dream in your mind, put it on canvas before it escapes. And painting should make you happy. Should always make you happy. And if painting teaches you nothing else, it'll teach you to look at nature, to see the fantastic beauty that's around us every day, that we take for granted. Take a little time, stop and look at it. There. It's a million things to paint. All you have to do is look around. And we'll try to show you how to paint them. What you paint's up to you. Okay, now we got us a basic little trunk right there. Let's take a little bit of white and we'll make a gray color here. Now I've made this gray color by mixing about equal amounts of phthalo green and alizarin crimson. Phthalo green and alizarin crimson. Makes a beautiful, beautiful gray, a true gray. Now we can put a little highlight on these trunks, and all we're going to do is just touch the canvas. Just touch it. Let the canvas pull off what it wants. You don't have to make any decisions. Looks like the hurricane come through and blew the top of those off. There. When I was a boy being raised in Florida, it was not unusual to have some big hurricanes. Ooh, goodness gracious. They would blow you around for days. There we go. Just touch. All you have to do is just touch. It's just gray and white. Just let that follow right up the tree. There. Okay, I think we're about ready to put some leaves on this big old tree. Now I'm going to take a little bit of paint thinner on my fan brush and go right into this same gray color. But I want it very thin, very thin. And I'm just using paint thinner. We'll add a touch more there. There we go. And you have to make an almighty decision. Which one of these trees is in the front and which one's in the back? Maybe the little one's in the back. So we'll do him first. All you have to do is just touch and then take the fan brush with this thin paint and pull. Just pull real quick. Just snap it. Just snap it, and it'll make all the little leaves that you have on the palm trees. Okay, now let's go. Maybe there's another happy little limb right there. We'll give him a little pull. Just like so. Just touch and pull. And maybe there's one that comes right out here. Like that. Touch and pull. Now this one's sort of coming right towards you, so maybe you can see both sides of him. So put a little bit on the other side too. Don't want all the little leaves on one side of the palm limb. Just let it come right on down. Both sides. And right up here, maybe there's one that goes up and sort of turns. We'll put some limbs right here. There. Very thin paint though. Very, very thin. And one more right there. Touch, pull. Just sort of snap the brush. And you can put as many leaves on your palm tree as you want. I'm just going to put a few to show you how to do them. And then at home you can just do anything because you have unlimited time. Let's have a nice big limb that comes right out there. Touch and pull. Now you can really see these little leaves against the clouds in the sky. There we go. Now, maybe it comes right on back like that. There. And give him another one elm right down through here. Just touch, pull. These are very loose. Okay, here's a little one up here. Maybe there's just a little one growing right there. There we go. Like so. We'll put a little bit on the other side. Maybe there's another one right there, right there. Put one more that's sort of going across the trunk. Don't have all the limbs just going on either side. Have some actually go across the trunk. Makes it look a little more realistic. Now I'm going to take the same gray color and go into a lighter gray. Just a tiny, tiny bit. I just want to make these stand out because I really want to keep these silhouetted as much as possible. And just barely touch. Just the least little indication of highlight on there. Don't overdo. Very easy to overdo. And you have to sort of figure out where the center of the limb is here, the vein that goes through the center. Just touch like that. There we go. There's one. Just barely touch. Follow the angles that you have in your original limbs. Now, there we are. And I think this will give all of our friends in Florida and anywhere else that want to paint a seascape an idea of how to do a fantastic little seascape that works so easy and it'll make you happy. There. Just like that. Now, maybe, going right back into the same gray color, and I'm using the liner brush this time. Maybe we'll just put a few little indications of things down here. There we are. Just some little sea oats or something that's growing right down in here. Just take your fan brush and drop them in. There, I said fan brush, I meant liner brush. And when you're at home painting, you can put a lot more detail. You could put a little beach in here. Okay, let's take and just use a liner brush here, and we'll put some little tops on some of these. Make them look like little sea oats. There, that's all there is to it. Knew you could do it. And something like so. I think we have a painting here that's just about ready for a signature. So I'll go into a thin oil, and any kind of thin oil will work. At home you could use like linseed oil or copal or any type of oil that's nice and thin. You want to take and work that brush until the paint's almost like water. Turn it to bring you a nice sharp edge here. Just turn it. And then we can sneak right up in here and put a signature on it. That's when you're almost ready to stand back and admire. Now, when you're doing these black canvases at home, view them under several different lights. It's unbelievable what happens when you change the light sources. These paintings are almost like having two in one. Now, next week we'll use a white canvas. So if you're painting along with us, have your canvas ready, your easel set up, and we'll do a fantastic painting together. Until then, from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Well, here we are, ready to go again. You have your brush set up and the almighty easel ready? Let's do it. I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white, so it's wet and ready to go. So let's start out today with a little bit of phthalo blue. Just take a little bit on your brush and beat it into the bristles so you get a nice, even distribution of color. And we'll start right up here at the top, just making our little crisscross strokes, little X's. There we are. Now let it blend downward. Just do it in layers, working downward. Automatically, your brush is picking up the magic white, and it gets lighter in value as it goes down toward the horizon. There. Most of this guy is going to disappear. I think we'll do a bubbling little stream today. A lot of little trees in the background, and just see what happens. Okay, now we can gently blend that out. And we're ready to go. So let's just take the big brush and we'll go right into some Van Dyke brown, a little bit of sap green. Just use a big brush. Don't be afraid of it because it's big. So brown and sap green, maybe a little crimson. We'll throw a little lizard crimson in there too. Now, let's go right up here to the canvas and figure out where we're going to have some almighty trees and stuff. All we do is touch, bend the bristles. Bend the bristles. Turn the brush in the direction you want the leaves to go and the limbs to lay there. And all we're looking for now is just some basic background shapes. Okay, we'll put a little more color in the brush here. just drop these in. All you're looking for basically is a nice dark color so our light color will stand out on top of it. Okay, maybe there's one that lives right here. Just sort of let your imagination take you from one place to another. Don't worry about it. These are just background trees. Now, while we have the brush dirty, we can just go right in here and fill in some of this area. This is mostly Van Dyke brown. Just using the same old dirty brush. A little green, a lot of brown. And if we're going to have a little stream coming through here, begin working on the lay of the land. Let these come down in angles, like so. So it creates a depression here so the water will set in it. There. We've got this painting half done already. Okay. Maybe a little bit more right over here. Once again, all we're doing is laying in some nice base color. Not worried about detail yet. Okay, now let's take the fan brush and let's load it full of Van Dyke brown. A little bit of umber. This is burnt umber, little burnt umber, Van Dyke brown on both sides of the brush. And I'm going to take and just pull one side of the brush through white. So we have brown on one side, white on the other. And we'll go up here and we'll touch the canvas and just pull straight down and make us some indications of tree trunks. And by double loading the brush, we have the highlight and the shadow in one stroke. Brown, little white. And these are your trees, so you can decide how many trunks are in here. Whatever makes you happy. Okay, let's go. Maybe there's a little trunk right in here. Just some of them that'll show through. There's one. Okay, maybe there's one over here. Maybe he's got sort of a crook in him. All tree trunks aren't straight, so sometimes make some of them with little crooks in them. There we go. Now we can start putting some highlights on these trees. And we'll use the 1-inch brush, a little bit of magic white to thin the paint, use some cad yellow and sap green. Cad yellow and sap green. And just mix color on your brush. That way you have a multitude of colors on your brush rather than just one flat dead color. There we go. Now let's just go right up in here and begin applying some highlights. Go slightly above the dark and just bend the bristles. Put some leaves on some of these trees back here. Just let them fall right off your brush. And we'll take a little bit of the yellow ochre now. We'll start putting some bright little colors in here. Maybe this one right here. There we go. There. Just let those leaves just fall right on the tree. And I've added a small amount of permanent red. Maybe we'll get something in here that's a little bit brighter in the orangey colors. Okay. A little yellow added right to that. We can come right back up here and do this nice little tree. This little tree really is pretty. Has a very nice little shape to it. A little bit over here. There we go. And that gives us some nice background trees. And I'm going to take a little more of the sap green and use the brush sideways. Touch, push, bend upward. Just make it bend upward. And we'll put some little bushes and stuff way back in the background. Not looking for a great deal of detail yet. As we come forward, then we'll worry about detail. Right now, we just want to fill up some of this area with a little color. There. And when you start these paintings, all you need to have in your mind is the time of year and the time of day, and just sort of let them happen. Let them happen. Don't spend a lot of time worrying about what you're going to paint. Just start painting. It'll happen and you can see it on the canvas. Okay, we'll put some highlights on the big tree here. We'll just use some green. There we go, a little sap green. Maybe we'll make it a little bit darker. Add a little bit more green to it. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Just some indications back here. We're not worried about a great deal of detail. Okay, that gives us something to work with back there. And maybe if we're going to have a little stream that's flowing down through here, maybe we need to start putting some rocks and stuff sort of to contain the stream and keep it inside of its boundaries. So we'll just use some Van Dyke brown, a little bit of umber in it. Van Dyke brown, a touch of burnt umber. And just sort of touch the canvas and let the paint just glide right off the knife. You're just barely touching. You want the paint to break like this. And hopefully by the time we're finished here, this will look like little rocks. Just touch and just sort of follow the lay of the land. Once again, we want to keep the water down in a recessed area. And we're not too worried about shapes and stuff right now. And a little bit right over in here. Right now we're just worried about putting the undercolor in. And we'll come back and begin highlighting. There we go. We need the dark in order to show light. Okay. Now we'll make a little highlight to put on these little strokes that are going to end up being rocks. So we'll take some Van Dyke brown, white, and a touch of Prussian blue, just a touch. The blue is so strong. And sort of make a little grayish color. There. And leave your paint marbled. Don't overwork it. Leave it so you can see color swirling in it. Now, very gently, just barely touch the canvas, just so it grabs the high points. Just barely touching. Don't want to overdo. You can very easily kill all your dark color that you've worked so hard to put in there. We don't want to hurt that. We need the dark. We're just making the bottom of the stream bed here. Following the lay of the land. So important. Okay. Now we can take the fan brush, a little bit of yellow, sap green, and we can get over here in the ochre a little bit too. Just mix all these colors on your brush. Just let them mix on the brush. Now let's go way back into the background back here and begin putting some little grassy areas. Maybe there's a little meadow back here. Quiet, beautiful little place that you'd like to go sit and listen to the stream bubble. I think streams make such beautiful sounds. There we go. Now, I'm going to take a little magic white and mix it with a titanium white. I just want to thin this paint down a little bit. Once again, our golden rule. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So I'm thinning it just a tiny bit here, and we'll begin putting in some water for our little stream. And maybe the little stream comes from right there. And it just sort of comes right over like so. And right in here, maybe there's a little, oh, there it went. Just fell right over. Just let it drop. Just let it drop off. See how easy that is? Then it hits down here, and there'll be a little splash down in here. And when you're doing this at home, try both sides of your fan brush. You'll find that one side of the fan brush bends better than the other side. Okay, a little more of the magic white to keep the paint good and thin. Just barely touching here. Barely touching. Maybe it falls again right there. Your stream, it can go anywhere you want it to go. Maybe it goes both ways. Touch. Need a little splash when it hits. Maybe there. Look at there. There's another one. There's another one. It's just going every which way. A little more of the magic white. Okay. Now, even though this is going to be covered up with little foamy things, there's still a reflection in the water, even if you can't see it. It still picks up the color from up here. So I'm going to take a little bit of the Prussian blue, a little Van Dyke brown, just a little blue. The blue is so strong. And right in here, let's drop in some little reflections, just like so. Just touch, pull straight down. It's most important that you pull straight down. You want your reflections, even if they're under the water here, to look natural. So pull them straight down. There we go. Now very gently, just like we were making still water, we need that dark color underneath so our water shows up. Now we can go back to the titanium white thinned with a little magic white. And maybe right there's another little drop off. Maybe these just sort of come around. Just let your imagination go crazy. Don't worry about it. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. You learn to work with anything that happens very rapidly. That's what's so fantastic about this technique. You don't have to worry about mistakes or accidents. We don't have them. It's very easy to repair anything that happens, to fix it, to change it. You can change your mind right in midstream. There we go. Just some little actions out here on the water. Now, let's go back to our brush that has the green on it and the yellow, little yellow ochre. Once again, just use your brush to mix these colors so you have a multitude of color happening on the brush. And we can begin working with our little grassy areas some more. And that's why you didn't have to worry in here when you were putting in all the rocks. Anything you don't want, you just cover it up with a little bit of grassy area. Very soft, quiet, little grassy places. Nice place to go lay and read a book or something. Look at the birds, talk to the little bunny rabbits. Okay, maybe. Now, we need to close up this side so it's contained. So we'll just start right up here and just push that right up over the water. There. Now it's contained. You don't know where it's coming from, but you don't have to worry about it anymore. And we can drop some more little things right in there. Just sort of close all this in. Now, by loading the brush with several colors, if you'll load the light color first, go into the yellow first and load it very deep, and then your other colors, try to keep them on the tip of the brush. Then when you're painting along and if you want just a regular color, you just push. If you want a bright color, you push very hard, and you can get a nice bright color. Okay? There we are. Well, we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do here pretty soon. Maybe this comes down here. Let's get some more brown. Maybe it comes right down through here like it. Oh, look at here. That's what it does. It comes right across like this. Maybe there's a big old stone lives right here. And maybe this comes down right through there. This is just Van Dyke brown with a little bit of burnt umber in it. A little bit of burnt umber, not much. And then we can just sort of fill this in. There we go. And we're really not worried about anything right here. Just drop it in. Let it happen. Okay. And we'll just throw a little bit of color all over here too. This is just the dark, so our light will show up. Okay, now we can go in here and let's get a little more of our highlight color. That was some Van Dyke brown, white, touch of Prussian blue. Just to make a nice gray color. And let's put a little highlight right out here on this little rock. There we go. Just a little highlight. Just bring them right on down. lay of the land. I know you're tired of hearing me say that, but it's so important. Okay, that gives us some nice little rocky areas here. Go back to our fan brush and some of the yellow ochre, cad yellow, little sap green, and just begin dropping in some little grassy areas here. You don't want to cover up all these nice rocks that you've made. Just some of them. Leave some of them showing. Just like so. There we are. There. Okay. Now let's go over to the other side here, and we can bring all this together. There we are. If you find that your paint will not stick, add a little magic white or a little paint thinner to it, something to thin it down. The thin paint will stick very easily to the firm paint. But you gotta start with that firm paint. Okay. Now, a little more magic white and titanium white. And maybe this little stream here comes right over, bloop, and falls right over there. Just let it fall. Splashes a little bit. And here it goes again. It's just wandering all over the woods. Maybe it comes out this way. Wherever you want it to go. Just have a little, looks like a little bitty waterfall right there. Okay, now we can take just a clean knife and we just scratch a few little trunks and sticks here and there. Just here and there. Wherever you think there might be one. Now let's put a couple little trees in. Let's start off here with just plain Van Dyke brown. And maybe there's a little tree that lives right here. Maybe he's a crooked little tree. There he goes. All we're looking for here is just a basic shape. Maybe there's another limb that comes off wherever you want it, right there. Oh, maybe there's one that hangs out over the water a little bit. Just let it go. Give him a little foot here to stand on. Maybe there's a limb right up through here. Okay, put a few little limbs here and there, then we can put some leaves on it. There. Now, if you have trouble making this knife work, you can do this with a liner brush. All you have to do is thin the paint down with a little thinner or light oil, and it'll work fine. Okay. There's his little foot. Now let's take a little bit of burnt umber, touch of Van Dyke brown, a little bit of white, tiny little bit of white, just to brighten it up a little bit. And then let's just go along here and begin touching. Just to put a little bit of highlight on this tree. There. Wherever you think the light would strike this trunk. Okay, while we're in the tree business, maybe we need one on the other side. Maybe over here. Maybe a little bit closer to us, maybe there's a much bigger tree. There he is. Just straight Van Dyke brown to start with. We'll give him a little root that just goes right down, follows the lay of the land also. Quite a bit of paint here. I want this tree to be very thick. Then we'll come right up through here. Give him a nice limb. And trees grow however makes them happy. So there's really no absolutely correct way to make a tree. Depends on the individual tree, depends on your mood a lot. How do you feel today? Does this tree have a lot of limbs, a few limbs? Just let your imagination go. I see another one right there. Maybe there's one that comes from back here somewhere and just sort of wanders off like that. And put a few little leaves, limbs here and there. There we go. Now, let's take a little bit of the highlight color. I'm going to add a little tiny bit of blue to that. So we have some blue, white, a little bit of burnt umber. This tree's a little older. He's tired. And we just touch. Just touch. This is a nice little gray color we're using for a highlight here. And when this tree dries, you can feel this. His bark will be raised. It's quite heavy, quite thick. There we go. Ooh, that's a good-looking old tree there. Now, we'll take a little bit of, we'll just mix it on the brush here. A little bit of sap green, some Van Dyke brown, a little Prussian blue. We need a good dark color. And we can begin laying some leaves on here. And we just put these in at random. Just sort of look at your basic shape. There we are. Okay. Just basic shape. There we are. Okay. And sometimes maybe there's some leaves growing down in here. Don't want to kill all the background. And we'll put just a few out here. Need the dark in order for the light to show. There we are. Drop your leaves in. Need the dark back here so the light will show. This one hangs right over the stream. Might be the place to sit. It's right into that tree and watch the stream and listen to it. Okay. Now we can take, I'm going to use cad yellow, a little tiny bit of green in it. I want quite a bright color here so it stands out. So a lot of paint in the bristles. And go slightly above the dark and begin laying in your little leaves here. Just drop them in wherever you think they'll be. There. Painting doesn't have to be a mystery. It doesn't have to be hard. All you need to do is learn the basic technique and practice a little bit. There. A few little bright leaves right out here. There we go. A few right in there. We just about got this little tree done. Now, let's get into a tiny little bit of ochre and sap green. I want a little different color than I have on the other one. So they stand apart a little better. And we can go right along in here and drop it in. Look at there. Just drop those leaves in that quick. No big deal. Just enjoy. Don't kill all the dark areas. We really want to save some of these nice dark areas. A little bit right in here. Just like so. Maybe a little grass down here at his foots just to cover up the foots. And I think we've just about got a finished painting there. So, on behalf of all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. We'll see you next week. Welcome back. Today I'm very excited because I'm going to show you something that you've never seen before on television. Today we're going to start with a white canvas and we're going to use some magic black on it. So I'm going to let you see me cover the canvas, and this is magic black here. We'll just cover the entire canvas and go all the way across, and there we go. And a little bit more. We apply this exactly the same way as we do the magic white. And just cover the canvas. Thought maybe today we'd do maybe a cold little winter scene. Something with some snow and ice in it, and maybe even a little cabin. Let's see what happens here. Okay, all we were looking for here is a nice thin even coat, exactly the way we put the magic white on. Doesn't take but just a second when you're using a large brush. All right, just about got it finished. And we're ready to go. So now we've started with a white canvas and turned it black, but this is still wet. Now this is an oil-based paint. It'll stay wet for several days. Okay, now we'll wash the brush. And once again, we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. That's the most fun of all. Okay, let's take a 1-inch brush and some titanium white. And let's figure out, maybe there's a little light back in here. So with the white paint, we'll just begin making little X's. There we go, let them work out. Start here, that'll be your lightest area, and work sort of in an ever-growing circle. That way automatically it gets darker as it works outward. Okay. Just about to so. Now we can take the large brush and very gently blend this together. It's just like putting a sky on the magic white. Just blend it together. And that gives us a light source in the background. Okay, today I want to mix up some alizarin crimson and phthalo green in about equal parts. We'll just make us a big pile here. We're going to be using it all day. This makes a beautiful gray color. Just mix it up real good. There we go. We're looking for a nice dark gray. It should look black on your palette. Okay, now let's take a 1-inch brush and load some paint into it. Just load quite a bit of paint into the bristles. And we can go back now and begin putting in some little details that are far away. And I don't want a lot of detail yet. All I want is indications back here. Just want to put some little trees way back in the distance. There we go. Just some little indications. Far, far away. Don't want them too close. There we are. I want this to be very dark. This is a night scene, of course. There. And already we got a pretty nice little background going here. Now maybe we'll take a 1-inch brush, and first I'm going to put some titanium white in it. Like so. Load that very deep into the brush. Very deep. Then we'll go right into a little bit of the gray color, just on the tips of the bristles. So we have white deep down and gray on the ends of the bristles, like so. There we go. And maybe there's a larger tree back here. And when you push real hard, a little bit of the white will show, just to make it stand out a little better. Just a big old tree laying back here. It's got a little bit of white tips on it where the snow's caught on the little tips of the tree. Maybe right there, a little more snow. Okay. And maybe right over here in the corner, There's a big tree that just hangs here. Just drop some limbs on it. You can see how the white comes out to make the little tips. And now, let's use the fan brush. And we'll load a lot of the gray color on it. And maybe back in here, we can see some little tree trunks. Just here and there. Maybe these trees don't have any. Welcome back. So glad to see you again. Today I thought we'd do something that's mainly in browns, and maybe we'll do a scene where, like, you're standing on a cliff right here looking way off in the distance, and you can see all kind of little beautiful things happening far, far away. So I've already covered the canvas with magic white in order to save a little time, and let's start off here. We're going to take just a tiny, tiny little bit of crimson. This is alizarin crimson. Put it on the big brush and really beat it into the bristles. This assures a nice even distribution of color throughout the bristles. We'll come right down in here and just very gently, making little X's, begin putting in a little of the crimson here. Now when you're doing this at home, don't use too much crimson. It will look like your sky is on fire. And we just want to put a little pinkish glow. We don't want to set it on fire. There we go. Maybe we'll do a little bit like back and forth like so. Okay, now I'm going to go right into a little bit of burnt umber without washing the brush. I'm going to allow the crimson to mix with the burnt umber. And right above it, a little bit of the umber. There we are. And we'll blend all this together in just a second. A little bit more of the umber, and maybe we'll come from the outside inward here. And just put a little color down in the bottom of the canvas. Try to keep these lines pretty straight when you come across. This will end up being a little bit of water down here. There we go. Now, I'm going to go right into the Van Dyke brown. Still have not washed the brush. And right across the top here, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. Just like so. Now we can finally wash the brush. Well, let's add a little bit of the brown down here too. Keep the color the same on top and bottom. Then we can wash the brush. Okay, and we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner, and there's a screen in the bottom of the can here. And you scrub the brush against the screen to remove the paint, and we shake off the excess thinner, and then just beat the devil out of it. Okay, now we can take and blend all this together. Clean, dry brush. Just bring it all together. And I'm still making the little crisscross strokes, little X strokes, whatever you want to call them. There we go. And very gently hypnotizing. And now, let's take a little bit of the burnt umber, a little bit of Van Dyke brown, and a little crimson in about equal parts. Just mix them all together. Maybe a touch more crimson. There. And now, let's go right up in here and just put some happy little clouds up in the sky. And I'm pushing very hard with a knife. Really push the paint into the canvas. And we're using very, very little paint. Very little paint. Maybe there's a little cloud that goes right off the canvas here. And just sort of wanders around in the sky. And here. Just wherever you think there should be a cloud, just drop it in. Now we'll take the large brush and following these angles, very carefully, just blend across. Isn't that a super way to make little clouds? Just little stringy clouds out here in the sky. Okay, now let's use the fan brush today and do something a little bit different. Same color as the clouds. This is just burr number, Van Dyke brown, a little bit of alizarin crimson. And let's go right up in here and just lay in a basic little mountain shape with a fan brush. Very basic. Show you how to do very simple little mountains today. These you'll love. And we just gently pull down a little bit. We want these mountains to be far, far away, far away. So we're not looking for a lot of detail in them. There we go. Now, with our large brush again, we're going to grab this and pull downward. Just pull it downward. And very gently we can blend all this together. Want this mountain to be very soft, very far away. And by using brush strokes here, you can give the impression that there's highlights and shadows in the mountain without actually doing hardly a thing. Just change the brush strokes in a few places. Okay, that gives us the impression of a nice soft little mountain that's far, far away. Okay, let's play with some little clouds here. We'll have some clouds that are floating right over the mountain. I'm going to add a tiny bit of magic white to titanium white, just to thin it down a small, small amount. Because once again, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So we thinning the paint down here just a little bit so we can make it stick on this thicker paint. Let's go right up in here and let's just start dropping some happy little clouds in here. Just the corner of the fan brush. Keep that brush moving, turn it. Little tiny circles. Maybe it just floats right out like that. There we go. And at this point, the only thing we're worried about is a nice top edge on these clouds. We could care less what's happening underneath. Maybe. There it is. I knew there was one over here. We just had to find it. Just let this one just sort of drip right across the mountain. And clouds are one of the freest things in nature. They just sort of go where they please. Now, with a large brush, very gently, we're going to blend out the bottom of the cloud. Very gently, very gently. This paint is quite thin, so you don't have as much blending ability as you normally would. Then we'll hypnotize it. Gently, just touching it. Don't want to destroy, we just want to soften it and blend it so it floats back here. And you can put as many layers of these little clouds in here that you want. Maybe in your world, maybe there's another little cloud that lives right here and just sort of floats around the bottom of the mountain. You have to make these almighty decisions. Okay, and then we'll gently blend the bottom of this one out. And I'm just using the corner of the large brush. Fluff it up a little bit. And then very gently, very gently. Okay. We'll mix up some more color here. We'll take some more of the burr number, Van Dyke brown, and crimson, put it all together. And then I'm going to take a little bit of white and just dilute some of it here. Maybe I want to add a tiny bit more into the Van Dyke brown. So you just add a little bit more to it. There's what we're looking for. Nice color. Now we'll use a 1-inch brush. And we're going to make some little foothills that are far, far away. Far away. There. Now maybe let's go right up in here and just the corner of the brush. We're just going to put some little indications here of some foothills that are way back in the distance. Super quiet little hills. Just barely can see them laying back here in the mist. And I'm just pulling straight down. Just sort of let them disappear. Just like so. With a large brush, I'll gently lift upward a little bit, just to soften the bottom even more and make it look like mist. And maybe in your world, right here, maybe there's another little layer of foothills. We make a lot of distance in this painting, so we can just play with foothills. You need this little misty area in between them to separate them. Don't kill all that. You knew that. You just wanted to see if I did. There we go. Don't want much detail back here. It's too far away to have detail yet. Okay, then with the large brush, we can just gently lift upward again, just to soften the bottom. And who knows, maybe there's another little cloud, little misty area just floats right down in here. Just the corner of the fan brush. This is titanium white with a small amount of magic white in it. Then with a large brush, we blend the bottom of it out. Fluff it up, just like we did before. And then very gently, just blend it. Okay. Now, we're going to have several ranges of foothills in this painting, so as you come forward, each layer of foothills should get a little bit darker in color, a little darker in value, and that's what helps create the illusion of distance in a painting. So to the same color, I'm going to add a little bit more of the Van Dyke brown, just to dull it down a little bit more. Now, don't let it get too dark too soon, because we're going to put several layers in here. Now maybe right in here, maybe there's another little foothill. It comes right down, just like so. Just let it wander around. There we go. Just letting it wander. Maybe right there. There we go. And when you start these paintings at home, don't worry about having an exact image in your mind of what you're going to paint. Just start painting and see what happens. As you paint, you'll see all kind of things happening on your canvas, and very soon you learn to use all these beautiful little things that happen. I think in one of the earlier shows I mentioned, we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. We learn to use anything that can happen. Anything that can happen. That's when it really becomes fun. Okay, we'll gently lift upward here just to create a little mist. Now, I'm going to take the large brush and go right into the same color, touch, and pull gently downward. Just gently downward. Start making a little reflection back here. Very gentle. Like so. And then go across. Now we'll take a little bit of the magic white and add the same color to the magic white. I'm just using the magic white to thin the paint. And we can go right back in here and begin laying in some little water lines. A little tiny bit of paint on the knife and push very hard into the canvas. You're literally just cutting these lines in. Okay. Now then, let's come forward again. I'm going back into the Van Dyke brown and right back into the same original color, just to make it a little bit darker. There we go. And maybe right over here, maybe there's a nice foothill here It just comes right on down. You see this color is quite a bit darker, so it stands out. Makes things look closer. And we can just put layer after layer after layer of beautiful foothills and make all kind of things happen. Recently we did some classes in North Carolina. Oh, that's God's country. That is so pretty. And they have so many of the little hills that just layer after layer after layer. Sometimes these get to be so much fun you don't know when to stop. You just keep going. Now then, once again with a large brush, this time I'm going to tap it a little bit. I really want to diffuse this one. I really want to diffuse it. And then lift slightly upward. And maybe take just a tiny, tiny little bit of yellow ochre on the brush. Just a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit. Very small amount. And we just lay some little areas in between here. Very gentle, just lifting upward. And then we can come back in here and maybe put some more foothills. You tired of foothills yet? This will really teach you how to make them. After you do this painting, you'll probably never again have problems making little foothills. There. Maybe we'll just let this one wander right out through here. And we'll go back. Still have a little ochre left on here. Just blend a little bit of that in. And we can go right underneath it and lay in a nice little reflection. Just pulling straight down. Here we just use the corner of the brush and do a little bit right in there. There. Straight down. Gently, gently come across. Just enough to give it a watery appearance. Now, a little bit more of the magic white and a little bit of the same color mixed into it. And we can begin putting some beautiful little water lines right back in here. And just let them follow the general contour of the land here. Once again, we're really pushing quite hard. Really want to push this paint into the canvas. Like so. Maybe we'll sneak over here, add a little bit more of the brown, a little more umber. It's getting quite dark now. And maybe we'll put another little foothill right here. There we go. Maybe it just drops right down like so. There we are. And we'll take a little bit more of the yellow ochre, tiniest little bit. Just enough to change the color scheme a little. Drop a little of that in there. Very soft. And maybe there's a few more little foothills, little trees far away. Far away. Sometimes I like to do paintings when I'm painting at home that are so soft they almost look like pastels. And you can do it. We use a little brighter color than normal on TV so you can see it well. But at home you can use any color any value of color. It can be very quiet, very peaceful. Okay, now let's just take and pull that down a little bit. Just like so. And very gently go across. And once again, we're ready for a water line. I'll come right along in here. And just lay in some happy little water lines. Just let them go. Okay. Now we can begin playing a little bit in the foreground. And I'm going to go right into the Van Dyke brown. Right into the brown. And maybe we said there was going to be a nice big high overhang here that we were standing up and looking down into the valley. So we'll just bring it right across. Just bring it right on across here. A lot of paint. It's very dark. We really want this to be contrasting. There. Okay, now we can take a little bit of the brown, a little white, make us a nice little highlight color here. And let's just lay some happy little highlights on top of this. Make it look like stones and rocks. There we go. Now, maybe out here on this old cliff, maybe there's one old tree that's trying to make it. So let's start right here with just Van Dyke brown, and let's put us in a basic, very basic tree shape. And just let this old tree wander around. You know, trees just grow however it makes them happy. So there's really no right or wrong. You have basic shapes, but other than that, just enjoy, have fun. There we go. Just let that tree just wander right on up through the sky. And you have to make these big decisions. Maybe he's got another limb that comes right up through here. Just let it travel wherever. There we go. And we're using just a small roll of paint on the knife. Just a very, very small roll of paint. And let's put some limbs here and there, just at random, wherever you think there might ought to be one. Oh, I see one right here, right here. Maybe this one just wanders right on over like so. Maybe he's got two arms. And a few little limbs here and there. Okay. Just let him wander around. And we'll put just a few more up in here. Wherever. Once again, this is your tree, so wherever you want a limb, that's where one should be. Now I'm going to take a fan brush and a little bit of the yellow ochre, a little tiny bit of sap green into it, dull it. And let's just drop some little grassy things back in here. Just so we have some little things growing out here on this rock. Just like so. Adds a little color to the painting. Don't have to be completely monotone. Okay, now let's finish up our tree here. I'm going to take a little bit of the yellow ochre and use that for my highlight color. And just touch. There we go. Don't overdo, just enough to make this side stand out a little bit. And follow the general shape of your tree. There. Okay, now let's put some little leaves on the tree, and we'll use some Van Dyke brown and burn umber mixed on the 1-inch brush. And let's just go and just put in a few very loose, delicate little leaves. This old tree's had a hard life up here. He didn't have a whole bunch of leaves. There we go. Just lay them in, wherever you think they should be. Isn't that a shame, all the work you did back here? Now you're putting leaves over it and covering it up. But don't worry about it, because it wasn't wasted. You learned a great deal. You got a chance to practice. And that's really what it's all about. If there's a secret to it, it's practice. It's practice, that's all. Maybe there's something that lives right there. And you can make your tree as full or as loose as you want. Maybe these old limbs here have died and they're just hanging off the side. Now I'm going to take a little yellow ochre, put a tiny bit of paint thinner with it to thin it, and a little bit of the burn umber. Quite a bit of ochre, though. We want it to be bright enough so it stands out. And we'll go right up here and very gently lay some highlights on these leaves. Don't overdo them. We want them very quiet. There. Just let them go. Just a few here and there. Now, next week, we're going to do a white canvas. So if you have your canvas ready and sitting on the easel, you can paint right along with us, and you too can have a super time. There we are. We just about got leaves on this tree. There we are. Just drop them in. Alrighty. I think we're just about finished with this painting. And it's a super nice example of what can be done with just a few colors, a little imagination, and a happy dream in your heart. So for all of us here at WIPB, we'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting. God bless. Well, here we are again, ready to go. So today, I think I'll do a painting that's a little bit different. Maybe we'll try to do a little covered bridge. I've been spending a lot of time in Indiana the last few months, and we've produced a series here in Indiana, so let's do a little covered bridge. Indiana has a lot of covered bridges. So we'll start with a little bit of alizarin crimson and Prussian blue. Just mix them on the brush here. And let's just go right up in here and do like so. Just put in a little background color. There we are. Not worried about shapes or anything here. I'm just applying some background color. Something like so. This is just a little Prussian blue and alizarin crimson. Now the Prussian blue is many, many times stronger than the alizarin crimson, so use very little of the blue. Okay, we'll wash the brush. And I want to put some little trees that are far back in the background. Okay, let's start with a 1-inch brush, and let's just go right into some cad yellow, some yellow ochre. Just mix them up here a little bit, and a little tiny bit of permanent red. Maybe we'll have a little fall scene here with a lot of colors in it. Okay, now let's just go back in here and just begin picking out some basic little shapes. Just barely touching and pulling down. I want to add a tiny bit of sap green to that. Still a little bit of green left back here. Okay. Then, oh yeah, that's much better. That stands out better. And we just lay in some little basic shapes far, far back. We're not looking for detail. That'll come later. And sort of vary your colors so they stand out a little bit. Don't kill all the little purplish color that you have here. Want to retain some of that. Just let it work down. A little more green here. Sap green. There. Just something like so. Distant, distant background. And just, as I say, vary the colors a little bit so they stand out. There, nice yellow. Okay, now we'll take the large brush and very gently, I'm just going to lift upward. Just to soften this, make it look farther away. There we go. That'll give us a quick little background. Now let's take the large brush and we'll go right into some sap green, a little bit of alizarin crimson, and some Van Dyke brown. Just mix them on the brush. Looking for a pretty dark color here. And we can begin dropping in some basic shapes. Really push that brush into the canvas, make it bend. Okay, maybe way up in here. There we are. All kinds of beautiful little shapes. Just let them fall off your brush. That's alizarin crimson, sap green, and a little bit of Van Dyke brown. Maybe there's a nice tree here that just sort of hangs over. All background, so we're really not worried about detail at this point. There we go. And that gives us some nice basic background shapes. Okay. A little bit more right over in here. Alrighty. Now we can start playing with a little bit of detail. Take a little Van Dyke brown, tiny bit of umber in it, and we'll put a happy little tree trunk right here. And like so. And there. Give him a little arm out here. And most of this is going to disappear. We're really not worried too much about it. Some of it will show through the leaves when we put them on. And we'll take a little bit of white and add the same color to it. And we'll make us a little highlight. This is just white with a little bit of brown, a little bit of umber in it. Just put some little indications here and there. Maybe there's a few more little things that live back here. Just indications. Maybe over here, it's a nice little tree. Give him a little trunk, too. Don't want him to be left out. There we go. Okay, now we can go in here, and we'll take a little bit of cad yellow, sap green, and we can begin laying some highlights on these. Touch, push the brush upward, make it bend a little bit. Brush needs to bend. Very quiet. Don't want it to get too bright yet. We'll brighten it up in the foreground. Okay, drop a few little things down in here. A little bit of yellow ochre, just so that one stands out. Here I'm using the brush sideways and making it bend upward, just to create all these nice little grassy things. And we do them in layers, starting in the back and working forward. Okay, let's move over to the other side of the canvas here. And we can begin putting some leaves on some of these little trees and bushes. there. Using the brush sideways again to create little grassy areas. And let's go up here to this old big tree. Put some beautiful little leaves on him. There we are. Just drop them in. It's your creation. Added a tiny bit of paint thinner to my brush there, just to thin the paint down so it'll stick easier. Ooh, a lot of nice foliage here. Give you some good practice. Let's go right in here and drop in a few more little bushes and stuff that stand out. There he is. Okay, now maybe back here in the background, maybe there's a little road. Maybe it just goes right around the corner back here and just comes right out like this. Straight Van Dyke brown to start with. Got to put the dark on so the light will show. Okay, now we can take some brown and white. I'm going to put a touch of blue into it. Just a touch, just a touch. And then lay a little bit of highlight on here. The old road that goes through the woods. Now with a little tiny bit more of the yellow and green, I want to set that road down into the painting. Let some of the bushes come up over the road. That helps create the illusion of distance, like it's going back around the corner. We don't know where it's going. Don't care. Just let it go. Alrighty. Now, I'm going to go back into some good dark color here. Sap green, Van Dyke brown. Maybe this time we'll even add a little bit of Prussian blue to it to really darken it up. And right in here, we'll throw some very, very dark color. Mostly green, though. Very dark. And some on this side. So that's Van Dyke brown, sap green, tiny little bit of Prussian blue. Want this to be very, very dark. Okay. I think it's time we started playing a little bit with the bridge. This is where the fun starts. And probably one of the easiest ways for you to learn how to do these fantastic little buildings and bridges and stuff. Let's go in here and very gently, let's just scrape out a basic shape. And maybe we're looking at a covered bridge and we're looking right through it so we can see the road behind it. So let's go right up in here and just take and lay in a very basic shape. And I know this is going to drive you up the wall when you start scraping out all your beautiful painting. And I don't want to kill all this. I want to be able to see it through the bridge. So we'll just take that and try to save quite a bit of it here. I want to be able to see through it. So just scrape out your basic shape, like so. This gets rid of some of the loose, thin paint and makes the next layer of paint stick much easier. This will help you. It's also a nice way to sort of lay out your perspective a little bit. Okay, now we can go right into some Van Dyke brown, and let's go right up here and begin building our little covered bridge. There we go. You know, just recently I found out while I was here in Indiana why they built covered bridges. I always thought it was a place you could go and get out of the rain or something. And the reason they covered these bridges was to protect the structure so the weather wouldn't get to it. It really wasn't the reason I thought it was at all. So I learned something. Okay, here I'm going to just lift upward with a little brown. All I'm going to do is fill all this in with the brown, and then we can begin working on detail. Just fill in the entire thing with nothing but Van Dyke brown. There we go. Make us a nice edge. Right down like that. Firm that edge up. Now this old bridge, he's had a hard life. He's not in the best of repair. Give him a side over here. And one here. There we go. Now we can just fill all this in. That's the beauty of using a big knife. You can just drop things right in, no problem. Okay, now we have to do this bridge in stages. And we do the part that's farthest away first and come forward. So I want to be able to see through this bridge. So we'll do the back of it first and then come forward. Down here we can just fill all that in. Just fill it in. A lot of brown. There we go. A lot of brown paint. There. I know you're sitting at home saying, boy, he's messed up this time. And you may be right. But let's just see what happens here. So, in the background, I want very, very little light back here. Not a great deal is going to show back here. Just some little indications. Don't overdo. Just some very faint indications. So when we put the front of the bridge on, it'll show better. Okay, now let's put a little tiny highlight here. This is just a little brown and white. Just a little. Little light playing right across there. Don't want too much, just a little. Now we can start working on the front of the bridge. And take some brown, some Van Dyke brown, some umber, and white. Make this look like old wood. Don't overmix your paint. Leave it sort of marbly here. So that way all these colors will happen right here in your bridge. Okay, now let's just take the small edge of the knife and begin making some boards. Now maybe you can just scratch a line right through here if it'll help you a little bit to give you an idea of where you want the front of the bridge to be. And that'll be our stopping point. So we take the small edge of the knife and just start making some boards. This one's made out of old slab boards, just barely touching, pulling down. There we are. And leave some space in between them. As I say, these old bridges, some of them are in bad repair. They've really been beat to death. Just want to make it look like old boards hanging here. There we go. Now then, let it come all the way down here. Just put you some boards in. Wow, that bridge has really had a rough life. Okay, and we let these come all the way down. Like so. There we go. Now don't cover up all the dark, because back in here, we want to give the impression that we can see in and over. Maybe a little bit there. Angles are very, very important here. I want to make it look like we can see through this bridge. Keep this very dark because it's all in shadow here. It's all in shadow. Just come right on down like so. Put all these old nice wood things in here. Maybe there's a little beam right here that we can see. Comes right across. Okay, and now we can straighten up this edge a little. Give him a little more distance, a little more depth in the bridge. This is just straight Van Dyke brown. Now if you wanted to, you can take a little bit of brown and create some boards here. I've just got a little tiny bit of brown on the knife and just touching just to create the illusion of wooden planks. Look at that. Did you ever think that an old covered bridge would be this easy to make? And just let a little of it run down. Like so. Now then, I want to leave this area right in here, very, very dark, to make it look like there's a recessed area and water down there. Might even take and add a little bit of brown right down here at the bottom. Really, really very dark. Very, very dark. And we can just fill the rest of the canvas up here with a little bit of sap green, like so. And you can. Now, we'll come right along here and put a little bit of highlight on the road. Just a little. Okay. Now let's take the little liner brush and we'll take a little paint thinner and mix a little bit of this brown till it's just like water, very, very thin. And maybe there's some little cattails that live right here. So we'll just put in some little stems, like so, and then put the little cattail on there. And we just push real hard with a brush, bloop, and drop them in. See how easy that is? Just to give some little indications. Make it look like there's water here without actually seeing any. There we go, just a few little indications. It's a nice one. Bloop, put a little fuzzy thing up on him. Okay, now, let's take the old fan brush, and I'm going to add a little of the thinner to the fan brush to make his paint a little bit thinner, and load up some cad yellow, yellow ochre, and we'll put some sap green into it. There we are. And now we can begin deciding where everything's at. Maybe there's some little grassy areas right here that just come right down, right out in the front, just like so. This old bridge isn't used too much anymore, so the grass is beginning to take the road back. Nature has a way of reclaiming things. There we are. Okay, now let's go over here and do basically the same thing. Put in a few little highlights. Leave this dark area. It'll make it look like water back in there, or like there's a recessed area where water could be. This is where you sort of clean up all the edges and bring it together. There. Now, no covered bridge painting would be complete unless we had a big tree in it. So let's put a big old tree in it. Start with Van Dyke Brown. And maybe the big tree lives right about here. Big tree, a lot of brown. And we can just drop him right in. It's your world, so you put a tree where you want him. And when you're doing this at home, don't worry about copying exactly what I'm doing here. These are only guides. They're only to give you ideas and to stir your imagination and to show you how to make the equipment work. These are only guides because everyone sees nature differently. Put your dreams on canvas. Okay, let's give him a happy little limb right out here. There he goes. And maybe, who knows? Maybe there's a big limb. There it is. Just comes right out. Sort of shadows the bridge. Keeps it nice and cool in the summer. Just recently I had the pleasure of doing some demonstrations at a covered bridge festival here in Indiana. And I met some of the most super people. Fantastic people. There we go. Just some limbs. Now then, we can use a little brown and white, and I'm going to put a touch of permanent red in it just to brighten it up a tiny little bit. And we'll come right in here and just put some highlights right on this big tree. There. Just let it go. Like so. Now next week, if you're going to paint along with us, we'll be doing a white canvas. So have the easel set up, big old glass of tea right there beside you. I'm an iced tea freak. I was raised in the South, and everybody there likes iced tea. One habit I never got over when I moved to Alaska. While we got this brown going here, I'm going to put a couple little, maybe there's a little fence right here. There. We'll put a little post there. Maybe there's another one right there. Little fence, you know. Sometimes maybe back in the horse and buggy day, maybe they'd had a little too much to drink and they didn't go through here too straight. So this was sort of to guide them through, maybe. There. Maybe there's, we'll put one more post out here with nothing on it. This one's already lost all of its boards. And we'll add a tiny little bit of highlight here to make these posts look right. There we go. Just drop it on. Isn't that fantastic? Okay, now let's go up here and put some leaves on this tree. We'll just use the old big brush, and I'll just use some sap green and Van Dyke brown. And first we'll put the dark in, just to give us some indications. Just some indications. Then we'll come back and lay some highlights on all these. There we go. Maybe there's a few lives right there, wherever you think they should be. Now, we'll use a little bit of cad yellow with the least little amount of sap green, and I want this bright enough so it stands out. And we can go back and lay some highlights right on here. Let them fall off your brush. Just here and there. Oh, look at that. Sort of brings the painting together. The old covered bridge is standing there and the trees just hanging over it. And when you're doing this at home, let your imagination go. Think of a million little scenes that you could make out of this basic idea. Okay, now we can sort of clean up the bottom, and we're on the verge of having a finished painting here. Put a little grass around the bottom of this tree, just to cover up his little foots, big foots, like so. And I think we're about ready to sign this one, so I'll take a little bit of the thin oil, a little permanent red. There we are. And we'll just drop a happy little signature in here. And we hope you've enjoyed this painting half as much as we have. It's really a pleasure being here with you and showing you some of these fantastic ideas. And we hope we bring a little happiness into your life and give you some ideas. And you too will drag out your almighty brush and paint along with us. So from all of us here, we'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. See you next week. Welcome back. Glad to see you today. And today, let's just have some fun. Let's just do a quick little painting here that'll make you happy in here. I'm gonna start out with a little tiny bit of phthalo blue. just beat it right into this large brush and start right up in here and just sort of vary this. Just work it around. Want to leave some light areas in the sky. Don't want to kill all the light areas. Just work it around. There we go. And let's see. That'll give us enough to start with. And while I've got this on the brush, add a little bit more of the blue and a tiny, tiny little bit of phthalo green. Not much, not much. It's very strong. Just a little bit. And we'll just come from out here like that. And just very quickly drop in some what'll eventually be water. There we go. Now we can wash this old brush. Get off the excess paint thinner. And cover the studio. Okay, now with a clean dry brush, we're just going to gently blend this out. Just blend it out. Just have fun, enjoy. Don't try to kill all these little white areas. They end up making things happen in the sky. You don't end up with a sky that looks like you pulled the window shade down at night. Some action in it. Little things that are happening. Okay, there we are. Super nice, quick little way to make a happy little sky. Now I'm going to take some Prussian blue and alizarin crimson. Now the Prussian blue is 100 times stronger than the crimson, so use very little blue, get quite a bit of crimson. And if you want to test it, take a little white and put somewhere else and pull a little bit of the color and put it into it. That's really about the only way you can tell exactly what you have. This just looks black, it's so dark. Okay, so that's about what I'm looking for. So now we'll use the fan brush, put a little bit of the color in here, very little, very little. I want a very soft little painting today. And let's just go right up in here and just put us just a little basic mountain shape. Just however you want it. Just let it sort of go off into nothing over here. And we'll gently pull some of that down. Just a very basic shape. We're not looking for detail in this mountain. In our other series, we've really put a lot of detail into mountains, and this time, I thought we'd do other things. We've done a lot of buildings in this series. Going to do some more before it's over with. Okay, now with a large brush, just going to grab a hold and pull it down. Just like so. Don't spend a lot of time worrying about it. This is just a little mountain that's way back in the distance. There. See how easy that is? Now maybe there's one a little closer. Maybe just like a little foothill or something. And maybe it's just like this. And we want it to be a little darker. A little bit darker. So I'm going to add a little more paint into this one. As these things get closer to you, allow them to get darker. That helps create distance in your painting. Okay, now very gently, we'll just pull this one. There we are. Okay. And you can move this paint all over the canvas. The magic white's underneath. It allows the paint to slide. And that quick, we have two very nice ranges of hills in the background here. Okay. Now the only thing that separates these two is the light area in between and the difference in value. This one's much darker than the one that's far away, so it creates the illusion of distance already. Okay, let's take a little bit of sap green and throw it right into this purple color we have. So we have sap green, a little bit of blue, and alizarin crimson. There. Just put it all together. This should be predominantly green. Okay. Now then, let's just take the 1-inch brush and load it full of paint. Just pull it through the paint, put a lot of paint into the bristles. A lot of paint. Maybe we'll lighten that a tiny bit. I want to add the least little amount of white to it, just to lighten it up a little. A little bit of white. Don't get carried away. Got a lot of paint in the bristles. Now, let's go right up in here and we'll put some little distant trees back. There they are. Let the brush work. Let the brush work. Just far away little trees. And you can put as many trees in your world as you want, so just let them happen. Let them happen. Don't worry about them. Enjoy, have fun. There we go. See how easy it is to make little distant trees? It really gives the illusion of trees that are far, far away. And over here, I want them just to sort of fade out. I want this whole side of this painting just sort of to fade out into nothing. Just indications. Okay. Now we can take the large brush and very gently lift upward, just to create a little bit of mist down at the bottom. Just a little bit of mist. Now we know there's going to be some water back here, so we can begin working on some reflections and just begin pulling a little bit of this down. Not much at this time, just a little bit. Not going to worry about it right now. Now, I'm going to go right into this is sap green, alizarin crimson, and Prussian blue. We just mix it right here on the brush. And maybe, here's a tree, lives right there. There he is. And we're just putting in some basic shapes. Maybe he's got a friend that lives right along here. And all kind of little things are happening all down in this area. Just let them happen. I want this to get very light over here, just sort of disappear. Maybe there's another little tree here, a little bush or tree. You have to make these decisions, what you want it to be. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of this color. It's a very brownish looking color, and just wipe a little bit of it like this. Just a little bit of it. Just pull it across. And with my large brush, pull it on out a little. I want it to go right into the water. There we are. Want this water to have a brownish hue to it up close to the land, like you can see some of the land through the water. Good, good. Okay, a little bit more of the sap green, alizarin crimson, Prussian blue. I put the blue in to make it much darker, much stronger. The blue is so, so strong. And maybe right over here, maybe, ooh, there's an almighty tree, a super big tree. Lives right here. So we'll just have some fun with him. There we go. And all I'm doing is just putting in the dark so the light will show. Sort of think of it as painting the back of the tree, and then we'll paint the center of the tree, which is the trunk. And then we'll do the front of the tree, which is the highlight. Okay, now, maybe there's all kinds of little things living back in here. Just make up little dreams in your mind and put them on canvas. Okay, now let's go into, take a little titanium white, some Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the umber, burnt umber. There. Put a touch of blue into it to gray it. Just a little bit of blue. Some brown, white, touch of blue. That grays it down very nice. Now we're ready. Now we're ready. Now we can begin laying in some nice little land areas back in here. Just drop them in. See, by not over mixing your paint, all these beautiful colors happen automatically. If you mix it till it's dead, then you only have one color. Here we have a multitude of little colors happening. There we go. And back in here, just want this to slowly just disappear right on into nothing. And let's go right into a little bit of Van Dyke brown and burnt umber. And up in here, we'll make this darker. Much darker, right up through here. Van Dyke brown and just a touch of umber. There you go. Then we can sort of just gently bring these together. Let a little of the highlight go up on the dark, a little bit of the dark come down into this lighter color. There. Okay, now we're ready to start doing some playing back here. Let's put some little trunks in these trees. Just take the palette knife with a little brown on it, drop some in. Wherever you think there should be a trunk, that's where you ought to be. Just drop it in. Okay. A little bit of brown and white for highlight. Keep these quite subdued. They're far away. We don't want them too bright yet. Okay, now, in my mind, I'm going to give this tree here a shot of vitamins and make him grow a little. See how you can make a tree grow? Just want him to be a little stronger. Okay, now we can start highlighting some of these. And I'm going to take a little bit of the paint thinner into the brush, a little bit of yellow, making a very thin paint here, very thin. Yellow and sap green. Very thin. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint, so you need to start with a very thick paint so you can put this thin paint over the top of it. And let's just do this. Just touch. And let's begin highlighting some of these little trees. Just let it drop right off the brush. There we go. Maybe we'll add a tiny bit of ochre to it just to change the color, yellow ochre. And we'll put some highlights right up here on this little tree. There. And while we got the brush going here, maybe we'll just get right over in here and we'll drop some happy little things on top of this one too. Just sort of let them happen. Some down in here, a little bit darker because they're a little bit lower. Maybe not as much light's going to strike down there. There. Just let these little things fall right out of your brush. Over here, just want them to sort of disappear right off into nothing. And let's go right up in here. There's another one. And let them come right down into the land. Okay, kinds of little ferns and things that are growing. This sort of reminds me of some of the little coves that you find on the coast of Oregon. You have all the beautiful greenery. Good gosh, there's so many, many beautiful, beautiful areas. Oregon is probably one of my favorite states. It reminds me a great deal of my home in Alaska. You have the beautiful mountains and some of the fantastic scenery. There we go. Okay, I think maybe we better put us a tree trunk in there. And let's have a big old tree. Just comes right up through here. There. Van Dyke Brown. Just let this tree just wander around. And we put some little limbs all out here in the tree. A lot of these will be covered up, but some of them will show it. It'll make your tree much, much more interesting if you can see some of these. Just here and there. And at home, where you have unlimited time, you can just put all kinds of detail. And let's drop a little highlight right here on the trunk, just so it stands out nice. This is just a little brown and white. And right on up into the limbs. There they go. Just here and there. Okay, now, let's add some nice leaves to this tree. Maybe we'll start with a dark green, sap green. The paint is very thin. And we can begin just dropping some leaves right out here. Very thin paint sticking to that thick paint that's underneath. And all we're doing is just touching the canvas. This brush is a little bit different than the ones we've normally been using. It's round, so it makes all these beautiful little round shapes. And we just let them drop right off there. You know, in each series, I try to introduce something new to you that you haven't seen before, just to keep you excited and to keep you interested. In this series, we've introduced the Magic Black, which does fantastic things. I think we had a super time with it. Okay, now we'll take a lighter green, add some cad yellow to it, and I'm gonna come back and put another little highlight up here. Maybe even a little bit lighter than that, Chet. So just add a little more yellow. Oh yeah, now that stands out beautifully. Just want enough difference in color so it stands out, and then highlight these individual little things in the tree. There they are. All kinds of little things happening out here. And work with some basic patterns in the tree. Don't just hit it random. Think about it. Think about how limbs are projecting out here toward you. And they have shape and form, and they're different than limbs that are going out the side. Look at trees. Spend some time, just sit out in the yard or something one day and sit and look at trees. There we go. Just a few more and we'll have this old big tree all finished here. And we can put some little things down in here. Now, let's get down here and play with the water a little bit. We'll take a little bit of magic white and a little bit of the firm white and put the magic white in just to thin it a little. And we can begin coming right in here, putting some water right up to the land. There we go. And with the old fan brush, it's very simple. Can do it in just a matter of seconds. Fan brush is a super brush. You have to make friends with it, though. It takes a little while. It's not the easiest brush in the world to master. But once you do, oh my gosh, what you can do with it. What you can do with it. Entire paintings can be done very easily with just a fan brush. There. Just put some little indications here and there. Okay, now we can get crazy. Let's take some brown, Van Dyke brown, a little bit of burnt umber in it. Not much, just a little umber. Just a little bit of umber. And maybe we'll come right there. Just drop in some color. Don't be afraid of it, just throw it in. There. A little bit more. And we need the dark in order for the light to show. So all we're doing here, just adding some dark. Let's just let this come all the way across. What the heck? What the heck? This is our world, so we can do what we want to. Okay, maybe you have a happy little tree that lives right here. So we put some dark in. Same colors of dark, just there. Ah, there's one. I see one right there. Right there. All we're doing is just laying in some dark. Not really worried about shape or form yet. And we can take a little bit of the highlight color and very lightly just touch and pull. This is brown and white, burnt umber. Very gently just pull, like so. Yeah, we can come back and begin laying in all kinds of little things happening all over here. Need something a little lighter. It's not going to show right there, so we'll just, there. That's what I was looking for. Knew it was in there. We just had to find it. Maybe there's just all kinds of little things growing right along in here. And right in here. Just drop them in. Put a little highlight on them. Just nice, soft, little fern-looking things. There we go. Isn't that fantastic? Now, next week, we're going to do I tell you what, let's do next week. Let's do the little painting that we animated at the beginning of the show, the little lighthouse. So, have a black canvas ready. We'll do a black one next week. There we go. A few little highlights right up in here. Just drop them on. Let them go. And sort of layer these. It'll give distance to your painting. All kinds of little things happening. Wherever you think they should be, that's where they should be. Like so. And we can take the knife and just here and there, gently scrape in a few little sticks and twigs. And they can be all over. Just wherever you think there should be a little twig showing here and there, just drop it in. And all I'm doing is using the point of the knife, cutting right through the paint, and allowing a little bit of the canvas to show through. We're not really putting any color on the canvas. There. Just like that. Maybe right up in here. Maybe we want a couple over in this area that you can see in the background. let's take right in here, maybe just add a little tiny bit more that's growing right down, almost at ground level, like so. There. Okay, I think we have a painting that's about ready for a signature. So let's take the liner brush, a little bit of the thin oil, and I'll go right into some permanent red. That's sort of my color for signatures. And we'll just drop a little signature right there, like so. As I say, next week, have your black canvas ready, and we'll do that little lighthouse. That's such a fun painting. I think you'll really enjoy it. There we go. Signed, sealed, and delivered. And the old clock on the wall tells me I got to get out of here and leave you for this week. We're looking forward to seeing you again. Happy painting. Bye-bye. Welcome back. You ready to do a fantastic painting with me? Well, last week I promised us that we would do the painting that you see animated at the beginning of each show. So I've taken the liberty of going ahead and covering the canvas with paint. We're using a black canvas today. It has been painted with a flat black acrylic and allowed to dry completely. On top of that, I have one area right here of alizarin crimson, and over in here I just put a little bit of crimson somewhere, just so we'll have a little bit of pinkish color in the sky. The rest of the canvas is covered with a mixture of about equal parts of phthalo green and alizarin crimson. It makes a very beautiful gray color. So that's what we have the canvas covered with. Don't allow this to dry now before you start. You want this wet. Okay, let's start with a 1-inch brush, and we'll go right into a little bit of cad yellow and load quite a bit of paint on the brush here. And we're going to start out by making the little glow that you see in the sky, which ends up being the glow around the lighthouse. So go right up in here wherever you want the little glow to be, and start making little X's, just very gently, and work around in a circle, like so. You want it to get darker and darker and darker as it goes out from the center. There we go. There. Now, you can make this as bright as you want it. All you need to do is clean the brush each time. You never want to go back into the center area with a dirty brush. So I'll go back into the cad yellow, and we can go right back in here and add a little bit more of the yellow. Make it as bright as you want it. One thing I'd suggest when you're doing these at home, you might make this a little bit brighter when you paint it than you want it to be when it's dry. As it dries, it's going to lose a little bit of the brightness, so make it a tiny bit brighter than you really want it to be. All right. Now, we can take the large brush and, still making the little crisscross strokes, very gently blend this out. Leave a nice spot of yellow right here in the center, and that's where we'll put the lighthouse. There we go. Just blend it out. And then very gently we can just hypnotize that, just to put a little glow in the sky. Okay. Now, let me clean the old brush, shake it off, and redecorate the studio. Now let's take a little bit of white. This is just titanium white, and there's going to be a moon in this painting. So let's go right up in here and put a little black background color in. And we're just making little X's, little crisscross strokes. There. Don't want it to get too bright, just enough so it stands out a little bit. Okay, now we can take the large brush and very gently blend that together. And take out the brush strokes. Okay. Now we can start having some fun. We'll get this brush cleaned up. Let's do a little finger painting here. I'll just take my finger And let's say the moon is right there. Just take titanium white on your finger and just make a little circle up here in the sky. There. Isn't that easy? Now with a large brush, very gently, 3 hairs and some air, we just very lightly go across it. We don't want to destroy it. By now there's 3 layers of paint there, so be very gentle. Now let's take the fan brush and go right into a little bit of white. And all we need is a small amount on the brush for this. Color stands out so strong. And we'll just go right up in here and begin putting in some happy little cloud shapes. Now this will not be an exact duplicate of what you see at the beginning of the show, because it's almost impossible to make an exact duplicate. Just want to show you how that one was made. And at home you can just make all kinds of beautiful little things. These black canvases really are fantastic. There, just some very basic little shapes. And maybe right here, there's a happy little cloud that just sort of floats around. Here I'm using just the corner of the fan brush. Just let it drop right through there, maybe. Just the corner of the brush. Maybe there's a little stringy cloud right there. Wherever you want them, that's where they ought to be. Okay, now let's take the large brush. Be sure it's good and dry. And I'm going to very gently blend the bottom of this cloud out. Just like when we're making clouds on white canvas. There we go. And then we'll fluff it a little bit. Very gentle. And then just brush everything out. Isn't that something? You'd never believe a sky could be made that easy. That went so well. Let's drop another happy little cloud right in here. We'll just let him work right around. Now here it's beginning to pick up a little bit of that crimson color that I put in. So it'll be a little bit different color. Just give us some variations so they're not all exactly the same color. And we'll just let this one float on and on wherever it wants to go. Blend the bottom of it out. And just using the corner of the brush. There. And we can fluff it up. And then gently blend it. Okay, now, maybe we'll just get crazy and put a few little stringy clouds in here. Little skinny clouds. And you just put them in like so. Wherever you want them. Maybe there's another little one that lives right there. Maybe there's one back here. Then all we do is brush these. Just to break it up a little. Okay. I think now we're ready to start putting some water in here. Okay, I'm going to take titanium white, and to that I'm going to add a small amount of cad yellow, just a little bit. Don't need much. Tiniest little bit. Now, let's decide where our water line's going to be here. Let's say it's right about there. And we'll just make a basic line going all the way across the canvas. Just something like so. Okay. There it goes, just right on across. And try to keep this fairly straight. Don't let it get too crooked on you, it'll bother you. Your water run right out of the painting. You'll have to tie a bucket on one side to catch it. There we go. And sometimes when you're doing this, step back from the canvas and look. It's very hard to see when you're up close. So just step back and take a look. You'll see it from a whole different angle. And you can see the entire painting much better It'll help you a great deal when you're at home doing all these fantastic pictures. And I'm just touching the canvas. I have a small amount of paint on the blade and just touching the canvas, allowing the canvas to pull off what it wants. Let the canvas do the work. There we go. Okay. Now, we take a large brush and very gently, we're just going to blend all this together. Just very gently. And if you want it to get a little darker, you just continue to blend. You can finally blend it till it's very, very dark. We don't want to lose all this nice color that we put in there, so I'm going to stop about here. Okay. Now, I'm going to add a tiny bit of magic white to my paint, just to thin it a little bit. And we can begin working on some very basic little wave structures here. And let's go back in here and just barely touch the canvas. Just barely touch. Now, on one of the shows earlier, we did a seascape that was all in blue. That's a good exercise before you start this one. It'll give you confidence. This one's a little more complicated than the other one we did, just because there's a little bit more in it. Put a little highlight up here on this wave. There we go. And just let that go right on out. It's your world, so you decide where it's going. Maybe a little more highlight right there. Make that one stand out a little. It's got a little light coming from the moon into it. And we just let that disappear right on into the background. And some little things happening all down in here. And just let the fan brush sort of just drift around the canvas and have fun. Just wherever you think light would strike the water. There's another little happy wave. It's right there. There he is. Okay. Just pull downward. And if you ever make one up here that you don't like, all you have to do is just blend it right into the canvas. It's no biggie. Easy to fix. That's one thing that's so fantastic about this technique. There are no such things as errors. All we do, we have happy accidents and we use them. And it's so easy to correct in this. Because the canvas is wet, you can move it, change your mind right in the middle of a painting. There we go. Let all these little things just happen. Yeah. It's about time we started worrying about our little lighthouse. And we've got the glow in the sky already, so all we need to do is start worrying about the building. Okay, so let's do that. Let's start with Van Dyke Brown. We're going to go right up here in the center of the glow, the brightest area, touch the canvas, and just pull across, like so. And let's do that from the other side also, so we get nice, firm edges there. So all you have to do is just touch it, give it a little pull. Now, something that might help you a little bit at home, put a little center mark right there. That'll sort of give you a little guide. Then we'll take the small edge of the knife, and we can put a little top on this lighthouse, a little cap. There. And just use a small edge. It really does fantastic things. And that gives us a little cap right up here. And we can smooth it out a little bit. Okay. Now, got to have some light in this lighthouse, so come right underneath there. And we'll just scrape out a little bit of this, like so, and go right into the cad yellow. And we'll just lay a little bit of yellow in here, just to indicate a nice light. The old lighthouse keeper's got it going good tonight. Got his light burning. There we are. Now, I have to make some more almighty decisions here. Let's take and go right about here and just start doing this, still using the small edge of the knife. And just pull this right down. There we are. And just get it sort of even on each side. There. Now, we can go right in here. Let's get the liner brush. I'll put a little bit of paint thinner on there just to thin the paint down. And we can put a few little detail things in here. We'll put some little indications that there's a glass here. There we are. Gives it a little more detail in there. Now, I want a little rail that goes right around here. So we'll just drop it in with a liner brush and put some post on there, however many you want. There we go. So we're just about ready for the bottom of the lighthouse. Back to the Van Dyke brown. Now, I'm going to start right about here and just begin going straight down. Just like so. It's just straight Van Dyke brown. There. Isn't that something? You can build a lighthouse that fast. And I knew you could. I knew you could. And let's put a little bit of highlight on that. And let's use, how about burnt umber with a little bit of Van Dyke brown. Keep it quite dark. Don't want it to get too bright. And we touch and just sort of give it a pull like that. Just like so. Now, let's put a little more highlight. Maybe there's a little light striking there. So let's take a tiny little bit of yellow ochre and mix it right in there just to lighten the color. I've mixed it right in with the same color and just barely touching. Just let that paint just barely grab and come right on around. There we are. Make it look like old stones and rocks. And we can take a little bit of dark color and just really make it look old. There. And that's basically how we make a little lighthouse. Now we need some land for it to stand on. Don't want it to fall off in the water and make a big splash. So we'll just have some land coming right there. Just like so. There we go. Maybe there's a little peninsula that goes out the lighthouse is sitting on. So all we're doing is just laying in some Van Dyke brown here to start our land. Okay, now use a little bit of the umber just to lay a little highlight out here on these rocks. There we go. Don't want them to get too bright now. Keep them quite dark. This is supposed to be a night scene. Okay, now the lighthouse keeper needs a house to live in, so let's give him a little house. And I'm still using just Van Dyke brown, and we'll put a little thing right there. Zoop, one stroke. And maybe that's a small one, and here's a bigger house. We'll give him several buildings to play with. There we go. All of this we can just fill in with good dark color. You're not going to see it. It's very dark. There. Now a little bit of the umber, and we can put a little bit of highlight up here for a little light striking. Don't overdo this. Just a little. Maybe a little bit's coming right down the roof here on the other side. Just a tiny bit. Now, let's take a little bit of white and the same gray color we used in the sky. Make it quite dark, because color shows up so much brighter here than it does on your palette. Just pull down. There's one house, and we'll put a little thing there. Now on this side, ooh, really want it dark over here. Almost nothing. So just work it in and let it get very dark. If it comes out a little too bright, just keep working. It'll mix with the color underneath and go away. And maybe there's some windows out here. I'll just put some little windows in this. There. Maybe he's like me, collected too much junk, and maybe he needs a little shed right here. So we'll just give him one. Put a little front on it. Soup, like that. Needs a dark side right here. And we got the little shed. That quick. Now let's take a fan brush. And I want to use yellow ochre. Let's put a little bit of paint thinner with that, just to thin it up a little. Yellow ochre and a little sap green in it to dull it. Load quite a bit of paint onto your brush. There we go. Now, there's some little grassy areas that grow out here. Just touch and bend. Make the brush bend upward to create all these. If it doesn't stick, add a little bit more of something to thin it. A little paint thinner, a little magic white. Just there. Then it'll stick. That's all there is to it. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Now we can have all these little grassy areas just running right down the hill here. Darker, 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 darker back here. Let them just disappear. Brighter as they get out from behind the house. Dark, dark, dark. There. Okay, now we can go back and play in some water. A little magic white, a little firm white. And we could begin making this water come right up here and hit. Begin splashing. There you go. Got to make these crazy little noises. They help. Put you in the mood. And maybe, there it is. Big old wave right there. And it's coming right down through there like so. It just sort of wanders off. And we can put a little color right here into the wave. Like that. There we go. Maybe here, maybe we're beginning to get a little curl. Just pull that up. It's the simplest, nicest way I've found to make waves. Happens very easy, without a lot of work, a lot of thinking. Just drop it in. And we can put all these little things. Sometimes they just run right up the wave. Just let them go. Darker, darker, darker over here. We don't want too much light over here. And we can take the large brush and very gently just blend these right in. Okay, maybe this wave is already decaying here and breaking. Poosh, just hitting and splashing and carrying on right like that. And we'll just pull him right over, let him fall right up here on the shore. Oh, he's hitting there and splashing. Oh, there's just all kinds of beautiful little things happening. There we go. And maybe we're running right into the shore here. Maybe we can see that. And let's reflect some of this. Sand's wet. We learned that on the other one, so we'll just reflect a little bit of color right down into the sand here. And just pull this back. See, A little bit of reflection really makes it look wet. And it's so easy to do on these black canvases. Just like so. Okay. Now let's come right back in here with some Van Dyke Brown and figure out where our land's going to be. Maybe it comes down right like so. As I say, this will not be an exact duplicate of what's animated at the beginning of the show, but it'll give you an idea of how it was painted, and you can make your own almighty picture at home. You would be surprised if you knew how long it takes to animate one of these. They spend a great deal of time making that little thing that only lasts a few seconds that we all enjoy at the beginning. And it takes a lot of talent of a lot of fantastic people. Okay, let's just put a little bit of grassy areas right in here. There we go. Just drop them in wherever you think they should be. Okay, I think we're about to have us a lighthouse here. If you really wanted to get technical now, we could go back and put maybe a little chimney right up here on this house. If I didn't put that in, somebody would write and say, you didn't put a chimney in there, he's freezing to death right there on television. Okay, I think we're about ready for a little signature. Clean up my liner brush. A little bit of the thin oil. A little permanent red. Just work it till it's almost like water, very thin. And we can go right in here. And put us a nice little signature. It's good to have a short name. Really helps when you're signing paintings. Maybe a little touch more oil. Now next week we're going to be doing a white canvas. So if you're painting along with us, have your canvas on your easel, be ready to go. And we'll do a fantastic painting together. I've got this signed. I think we have a completed painting here. I think I've mentioned to you before that if you have questions or comments, please feel free to drop us a line. We'll try very hard to answer any question that we get. Well, almost any question. So, from all of us here, we'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting. Have a super day. God bless. Well, here we go again. You ready? Let's get right on it today. So I'm going to start off with a little bit of alizarin crimson. And the canvas has already been covered with a thin, even coat of magic white. So let's just put a tiny little bit of crimson right up here. I thought today we'd do maybe we'll do a little water wheel. A lot in this painting, so I'm going to just take off and get started here. Without cleaning the brush, go right into a little tiny bit of phthalo blue. Right out here on the edges and bring it right up to the crimson. Just like so. Okay, just want a little spot in the center there that's got a little life in it. Now with a clean, dry brush, just very gently blend all this together. And most of this pinkish color will just disappear. I just want a little light spot up here. Okay. I think we're ready. Okay, now I'm going to go right into alizarin crimson and Prussian blue. Just mix it on the brush. Maybe we'll put some little distant tree indications way back here in the distance. Just drop them in. We're not looking for a lot of detail. We want these to be far, far away. There we go. Just little things happening in the distance. Oh, there's one. Just wherever you think they might be. Now, let's go right into some Van Dyke Brown, a little alizarin crimson, and just begin dropping in a few shapes. So we'll put some sap green in there too. So we got sap green, alizarin crimson, Van Dyke Brown. There's a little tree, just wherever you think there might be one. Let's just drop some little things in. And don't kill all these little things that you put back here to indicate trees that are far, far away. Leave them in there. Maybe there's a big tree here. Something like so. And we'll give him some little friends down here. Okay. That gives us a quick little background. I really want to spend some time working on the water wheel, so we'll try to just do this real rapidly and get into the serious stuff. Okay. Now, let's use the fan brush today. We'll just take some Van Dyke Brown, put a little bit of white on one side, brown and white, and we'll just jump right up here and put a quick little trunk right in that. Maybe there's one over here. A few little sticks and twigs. Wash the fan brush. Okay. Now let's use the 1-inch brush and put some highlights on these. Let's put a little bit of magic white into the brush just to thin it down a little. Yellow and sap green. Yellow and sap green. Makes a beautiful, beautiful tree color. There we go. And just drop some little highlights here. There. Let's get a little bit of yellow ochre in here too. What the heck? And just put a few little highlights back in that little tree. A few little things happening all over. Okay. And we'll put some sap green and yellow on this one. Maybe we brighten that up a touch. There we go. That's better. A little more paint on the brush, and we can lay some right in there. Just let these little leaves just flow right off your brush. They live right in this little 1-inch brush. You have to sort of scare them out sometime. A little bit of Indian yellow too. I like Indian yellow. It's a very transparent color. It's very nice if you're ever working on the black canvases. And we'll drop a few little things in there. A little permanent red. Put a little red bush right there. What the heck? Okay. Now maybe somewhere right along in here we have to make a decision. Maybe there's a little stream coming right down through here. Let's add a tiny bit of blue to that. Maybe it just wanders right down here like so. Put the dark in first. And a little bit of Van Dyke Brown. And we can put some banks back here. Just however you want the land to flow. There we go. And we can take some brown and white, a little touch of blue. And we can make some nice highlight colors and just drop right on there. This is just sort of a gray color. Something like so. Now then, let's take the fan brush. We'll use some yellow ochre, sap green. There we go. And let's just put some little grassy things that grow right down the bank back here. There they are. Just let them go, wherever you think they should be. And we'll put some right over in here. Follow the lay of the land, so it gives the impression that the land's coming down like that. Okay, now, a little magic white, a little firm white. And we can slip right up in here and begin adding a little water. Make it look like a happy little stream. It's just playing through the meadow. Zoop. Maybe there's a little bloop right there. Bloop. Just take the fan brush and drop them in. Just so it's not completely even. Okay, there we go. That gives us a bubbling little stream coming down. Gotta have something to turn the wheel. And let's go right back in here and lay in a little bit of the dark color. It's just Van Dyke brown, just to give us a nice base. Okay, a little bit of the highlight. Okay, and then we can put some little grassy areas back in there. Still following the lay of the land. Always try to follow the lay of the land. Add a little bit of sap green there. Well, it's about time we made a decision here. Where is our water wheel going to be? And like we did when we did the covered bridge, it's really better to scrape out a basic shape. Just decide basically where your wheel is going to be. And it removes the loose, thin paint, and it gives you a guide to follow. And sometimes that's very helpful to you. So we'll just, ooh, isn't that terrible going through there and scraping off all those trees you worked so hard to put on? And we need a tall building for this wheel to be on. Big, tall building. So how about there? Be brave. Just drop it. It really makes it easier. Once again, if you get this loose paint out from off the canvas, really and truly helps. Okay, now we can just take the Van Dyke brown and just go right up here and begin building us a house. And all we're doing is putting the brown in, so we don't have to worry about detail or shape right now. Just drop it in. And we'll come back and begin adding all the little highlights. Okay, there we go, right over here. Put that little back eave on that building. And we need some long boards. Just drop them in. Let them fall right off the knife. There they go. Need a tall building here, so our wheel, we want a big wheel. Big wheel. I think my son used to ride one of those when he was very small. Okay. There, that gives us a basic shape for our building. Okay, now we can begin putting in some highlights. Let's use a little bit of the umber, Van Dyke. Touch of titanium white. Maybe a little more of the umber. Want it a little more into the reddish hue. There we go. That's a nice color. And mix your paint marbly so all kinds of colors happen when you come down here. Old building. I like old buildings. They're so much more fun to paint than bright, shiny new ones. And we can add a little more there. Just brighten that rascal up a little bit. And we need some right down this side over here. Now, let's add a little bit more of the Van Dyke brown, darken this color up a little bit, and we'll do the dark side of the building first. Touch, and just go down. Let the paint break so it looks like old wood here. Just touch, and go down. Isn't that something? Okay, now, the front of the old mill here, we need to have a little bit lighter because the light's going to be striking in this direction. So I've just added a little bit of white to the same color. And just drop it right down like that. Makes nice looking old wood. We can take a little bit of color on the knife, a dark color, and we can put some boards in here. Like so. A lot of times when they built these, they'd put a little, maybe there's right up here, just a little tiny little projection right there. And just drop that right in. And fill that up full of dark paint. Then we can come back and highlight it. Just put a little highlight right there. A little bit right there. And maybe we'll make this one right here quite bright. Just come across. There we go. And now, just come straight down and cut that off. That'll get you the right angle in there. You can put some little board indications. And we got a little roof. That's all there is to it. Okay, you ready to build the wheel? Probably the same thing as before. It's easier if you sort of scrape off some of this loose paint. So let's start right here and make part of the wheel. And then right here, ooh, there goes the building. Now, one of the big things here, I want this to show through. It's very important to me that this part show through so you can see depth inside of this wheel. So we just scrape that right off like that. Go right into the Van Dyke brown, touch, and sort of fill it up. Shoop. Touch, come around, just come right on around. Now, how do you make a round circle with a square knife? That's your challenge for the day. And I want to see the back of the wheel back here, so we'll just do that. Now let's just take a little bit of paint thinner, a little bit of yellow ochre, and let's just highlight this little rascal here a little bit. There we go. Just to highlight it. And we can work that paint right in. Maybe we'll take the fan brush just a little faster. There. That's better. Pull that right around like there. Now we need a little bit of water on this wheel. So let's start right up in here somewhere. Maybe there's just the littlest indication of water, and as it comes down, more and more and more. Now you could go real slow and put the water in between each one of these little pegs, but this is much easier. Then we go back and put the pegs over the water. Sneaky, huh? And we just drop that right in. Come right on up like that. Back to our little fan brush. We'll bring this right on around. Just like that. Son of a gun. We got a basic water wheel already. Okay. Now, got to have something to hold the wheel up. So let's just do this. Come all the way through that way, all the way through that way. Maybe all the way through that way, and that way. Just to have all kind of fun. Now we need a rod that goes through here, a big shaft to hold it up. So we'll put that in. Now let's put some spokes on the other side. From there, there. Let's bring this one right on down like that. Right over here. Right about there. And maybe there. Now on these, we need a little bit of highlight on the ones on the outside. So just touch. Just put a little bit of highlight out here. Don't overdo. Just enough to make them stand out. Create a little depth in there. And we can take our liner brush and smooth all this up. There. And by golly, we got a pretty good wheel going here. And at home, you have a lot of time, so you can really put some detail into this if you'd like. Here we're just trying to show you how to do it. Okay, got us a wheel. Maybe there's another little projection that comes right out through here, just like this. That easy. Just drop it in. Okay, we'll put a little bit of highlight on that. And we need some boards to hold that little shed up. Some right out here. There we go. A little bit of highlight out here. Let's brighten it. There. That's what we're looking for. A little dark area right there. There's always a little shadow there. Little tiny shadow in this one too. There we go. Okay. Now, let's go right over here and decide where the land is. Right here. Maybe it comes down like so it just leaves you a little stream back here. Just drop it in. Now then, with a fan brush and a little bit of the sap green and yellow, and we can put some little grassy areas coming right down here. Isn't that something? Okay. Now we got to have something to hold this wheel up. We don't want it just to float out there in space. So we'll take some Van Dyke brown and we'll put a little block right there that holds it up. And then we have, maybe there's a little stone thing here. There. That's got to have a place to sit. Just put it right there. Bring it down. Maybe it comes right on over like this. Big stone thing. That's holding up a lot of weight. A lot of weight. There we go. Now let's take a little permanent red here. Make that look like maybe old bricks or something and just give you a little indication. That's permanent red with a little brown and a little white in it. And there's some little things on the side here. Yeah, something like so. Just a basic idea. Okay. Now, let's just bring some land right down like that. Here it comes. There it is. Maybe there's a nice tree that lives right here. Let's just drop him in. Just a nice little tree growing up right here beside the mill. Squirrels got to have a little place to play. Maybe there's limbs that come right over here. Oh, right over all of our building we've worked so hard on. There we go. Just some little things happening. And take a little bit of this reddish looking color and just drop a little highlight on this tree. Just on the trunk down here. With our big brush, we can just use some sap green, crimson, a little Van Dyke brown. And let's real quickly drop some little leafy things on this tree. Right over my building. There we go. Just let them flow around. A little bit of thin paint. And we can come right back in here and drop some little highlights all over this. Just make some leaves in this tree. There we are. That doesn't look too bad in front of that building, son of a gun. It sort of pushes it back and gives it some character. There. Okay. Now, let's take a little bit of the dark color. Just pull it right straight down here. We need some dark in the water. Just pull it down. This will make our water stand out a little better. Go across. Okay, now we can get in here and start working with a little bit of water. Need a little magic white just to thin it down a little bit. And this water is going to just sort of dribble around and fall. And let it just sort of come off the sides here and fall right down. It's a slow old wheel. It didn't have a lot of pressure on it. It hits down here and it splashes a little bit. Like that. And there's a few little grassy areas that live right down to the water. There. Okay, now, there has to be something here to keep the stream from coming around because water is lazy. It'd find a way to sneak around. So we'll put a little gate right here, and we just do that by going shoop. And then turning it. Shoop. And put a little touch of highlight right there, and one right up the center. Just right up the center. And the least little touch and go, shoo, shoo. Just make it look old. There we go. Now, we drop some water in here. Just like that. Okay. So we're good. We're coming right along here. Put a little bit of highlight on those little pieces of dirt right there. And let's maybe bring some ground area right through. There we are. There it is. And just had to find it. Knew it was there somewhere. There we go. A little bit of highlight on that, just in case some of it shows through. Now, let's take and put some little grassy things that just flow right down the hill here, like so. There they go. By golly. Now, need some over here on the other side, so let's just drop them in. Just let them flow with the lay of the land. Okay, now we can go back to our magic white and titanium white and begin dropping in a few more little things here and there. Just clean the edges up a little here. There we go. Just like so. Gives you a good idea of what can be done. Maybe, let's take a little bit of thin paint. Very thin, so it'll stick. And maybe right here there's a nice little bush that lives. Ah, there's one right there too. Them little rascals are everywhere. And we can put a few little stems in there using a little brown that's been thinned down. Just like so, here and there. We can use the point of the knife. Let's go back in here and just drop in a few little sticks here and there. We just need to have those in there, give it a little depth. Really helps to push things back. Now next week, we're going to do a crazy one. So have your black canvas ready, and we'll have a super time together. And I think this little painting's about ready for a signature, so let's do it. Take a little bit of the thin oil. Ooh, a little more thin oil. There we go. A little permanent red, and very quickly we'll drop a little signature in there and call this one just about finished. So I hope you've enjoyed this. It's something a little different. It'll give you a little challenge when you're doing it at home. So until next time, from all of us here, Happy painting. God bless. See you next week. Oh, welcome back. Glad to see you today. You know, in every series there has to be a crazy day, and this is our crazy day. So we thought we'd do a painting that's really far out and that maybe it'll excite the imagination. We're going to have a little campfire down here and all the big trees around, and we'll just sort of see what happens. And I've taken a black canvas that was painted with a flat black acrylic that was allowed to dry, and then covered the entire canvas with alizarin crimson. So let's go. Let's start out with cad yellow on the 1-inch brush and decide where you want the little campfire to be here. And we'll start, let's put it right there, and just start making little X's or crisscross strokes and working around. There we go. And just let this go. Go all the way out to the edges of the canvas. Even if you can't see anything happening, let it go. Because little things are happening. It's picking up the color. There. Just all the way out. Just these little crisscross X-type strokes. There. Now, you can make this as bright as you want it, but each time, clean and dry your brush before you go back into the center. You want that to be the brightest area in the painting. So we'll clean the brush, beat it dry, and add a little bit more of the cad yellow. And go right back in here. And just lay in some color. And then begin working outward again. That way, automatically, it gets darker as it goes farther away from the little campfire that's going to be here. All right. There we go. Now, clean this brush up and we're ready to get serious with this. Okay, with a large brush, I'm just going to begin blending this out. There. Just very gently, still making the little crisscross strokes. Working outward. You don't want to bring a dirty brush back to the center. Don't want to ruin the beautiful bright color you have right there. Okay. And then very gently we take the brush strokes out just by going across the canvas. All right. And we're going to try to show you some things today. They're a little different than anything we've done in the past, so hope you'll enjoy this one. Okay, now, let's take the fan brush. We'll put some Van Dyke brown on it and a little bit of crimson. Van Dyke brown, touch of crimson. Just mix them on the brush. And maybe way back here in the distance, we can just see the trunks of some trees and just let them sort of disappear. These are just some little trees in the background. Just sort of let them disappear. Maybe right here, maybe there's a bigger one. So we just push a little harder and just let it disappear. And we can put a little limb out here on him. He wants a little arm. And, oh, wherever you want them here, you can just put little indications. Just far away. All kinds of little things happening. There we are. Like so. Now, let's take a 1-inch brush and we'll put Van Dyke brown and alizarin crimson on the 1-inch brush, loaded full of paint, and we can begin applying some little leaves back here. And all we're doing is just touching the canvas, bending the brush a little bit. All we're looking for is just very basic, gentle shapes. We're not looking for a lot of detail. These are just little background trees that are far away. So just wherever you think there might be some leaves, just drop them in. Don't really spend a lot of time worried about it. Maybe there's a little bush right there that just sort of graduates into nothing. The glow of the fire here will take care of the bottom of all of these, so don't worry about them. Okay, now we can take and let's add a little bit, then just a tiny bit here. A little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, mixed together. And we can just highlight some of these where the light's striking them from the fire. And just begin picking out little individual things and drop some little highlights on them here and there. Don't overdo. Keep it quite subdued. Little yellow ochre, Indian yellow mixed together. Once again, this is just going to be background trees far away, so we don't have to spend a lot of time worrying about them or trying to make them perfect. Just a tiny bit over here. Not as much. Tiniest little bit. Just some indications. There we go. Now we can have fun. I'm going to take the large brush and very gently, I'm just going to blend all of this in. I want it to be very soft and very far away. So let's go right up here and watch. Very gently. Just still making the little crisscross strokes. Just begin blending all of it. Just let it blend away. Okay, now we just take the brush strokes out by just going across. See how far away that looks already? Isn't that fantastic? Okay. I didn't put any highlights on this one little bush that I laid right here, so let's put a few little highlights on him. Don't want him to get upset because we didn't have any. And then we'll just very gently blend him also. There. Okay. Now, we can use this big brush and begin adding all kinds of little things that are happening around here. Maybe right in here there's some nice little bushes that are growing. And just drop in some basic shapes. We're not too worried about detail yet. There's one. Just let him fall right off your brush. And maybe as we get farther away here, maybe there's some great big trees that are going to be growing over in here. Great big old ones. Just drop them in. Still using just crimson and Van Dyke brown. There we are. Just give us some nice basic little shapes to work with. Okay, now then we can start playing a little bit. Let's take Indian yellow and permanent red and just mix it together. And let's begin dropping some little highlights right up in here. Just let them sparkle. Think where the light would hit them. There we go. Maybe a little bit up in here. There. Okay, that's Indian yellow and a touch of permanent red. Right there. Okay, maybe right here there's another one. Now, as they get farther away from the fire, less and less you're going to see. So, back in here, we're just going to begin putting a little bit of stuff, but don't worry too much about highlights back in here. Like so. Just sort of let them disappear. A little bit up here. Then it just disappears. Just enough to set them off a little bit so you can see them. There we go. Nice little one lives right there. There. Okay. Now then, let's go right up in here and play with the fire a little bit. I got in trouble for playing in fire when I was young. Today we can do it. Going to take a little bit of Van Dyke brown, and we'll just make some little indications of some wood here. And it's all burnt. It could be just about any old way that you want it. There. And then maybe there's some ground area right down through here that we can see. Still Van Dyke brown. And just pull it across. Just pull it. Like that. Now, take a little bit of yellow ochre and burnt umber mixed together. And we can put a little bit of highlight right out here. And start here and work down so it gets darker automatically because you're running out of paint. And you're picking up more and more of the undercolor. Let the canvas work for you. Okay. Now, tell you what, let's put a little fire right here. I'm just using a little bit of cad yellow and just touch and just give an indication of a little bit of fire. A little small campfire. There we go. That's enough to convey what we're trying to show here. Now, take the fan brush and we'll use a little bit of the yellow ochre, Indian yellow, and permanent red all mixed together on the fan brush. And mix them on the brush. And we can begin laying in some little grassy areas here. A little bit brighter up here by the fire. So start at the brightest area and work downward. I want these to be very soft, just where the light's striking them. Get darker, darker, darker. There. Dark up here. And we can just lay in all kinds of happy little things. Maybe right along here. There. Okay, there's one that comes way down. It's your world, so you can put them anywhere you want them. There we go. Just down like so. There's a good place for a couple more. Okay. Now maybe, I want to take and add a little bit more of the Van Dyke brown right in here. I know what we should do. Maybe this is a little lake out here. Little, you know, if you're going to build a little campfire, you need to have water close by. So we put a little cad yellow on the large brush, go right here, touch, and pull straight down. Okay, just a little, touch, pull straight down. And it's going to pick up the crimson that's underneath and turn a beautiful reddish color. Work from the lightest area, which would be directly under the fire, out. That way, automatically, as you go away from the fire, it gets darker and darker. Then very gently come across. Just very gently. Don't want to kill all these nice lines that you put in there. Just make them just look like water. Okay. Now, maybe there's a little projection that comes right out through here. We'll just add a little bit more of the brown. Bring it right on out. Drop a little bit of the highlight color on it. There we go. And we go back to our little fan brush, yellow ochre, Indian yellow, and a touch of permanent red. And we can just drop in some little grassy things that are growing down this hill. There. You know, I think I've mentioned it earlier, but in case you missed it, if you have questions or comments or something we can help you with, please feel free to drop us a line. We'd like to know what you want. We'd like to know what you want in future series, What type of things interest you? A lot of the paintings in this series have come from letters that people have wrote and told us what they wanted to see. Okay, let me clean up a big brush here, and let's play a little bit. Okay. That's still fun. Okay, I want to subdue all of this. It's much too bright. So with a large brush, very gently, I'm just going to begin blending it. Very gently. Just let it barely touch. Make it very quiet. Push it way back. Because you wouldn't see all this much bright if it's dark. So we just want to subdue it here. Very quiet. Subdued. Very quietly. Just blend it. Because you know, when you have the little campfire out there at night, things almost look unreal. You get all kinds of weird colors and shapes. They're beautiful. There we go. Clean up that reflection there a little bit. I'm going to take a tiny bit of the yellow and put a little bit of reflection into this little projection right here. Pull it straight down. Just come across. Like so. Okay. But you see how quiet that makes that look. It's very, very quiet. Let's go right up in here, and maybe there's a great big tree right here. Right here. Big son of a gun. He just goes all the way off the canvas. There we are. And you can make your tree as big or as small as you want him. Okay, this is just straight Van Dyke brown. There we go. Big, strong tree. I love to paint trees. They're one of the most fantastic things in nature to me. Okay, give him a little arm or limb up here. There we go. Like so. Now we can take a little bit of permanent red and sort of highlight this tree. This permanent red with a little burr number in it. And then we can lay some highlights on here. Just where you think the light from the fire would strike the tree. Use your imagination. Let your heart take you wherever you want to go. Maybe a little highlight playing on this limb up here. Okay. Now, maybe there's an old fella sitting out here warming his foots next to the fire. Maybe we'll have a cowboy out here. We'll put him a hat on. So we just start right here with a little edge of the knife and just sort of come around. We can just see part of him. He's leaning up against a tree. There's the brim of his hat. Little top of his hat. And at home, when you have unlimited time, you can take a lot more time and effort with this and really go into some detail. Maybe he sort of slumped over and there's his shoulder coming down. And maybe there's an arm. Okay, there we go. Maybe he's sort of got his foot sticking up like that. There's his leg. And these are just very basic little things. As I say, at home you can take your time and put a lot of detail into these. Just want to give you ideas here. Okay, now we can sort of straighten him out a little bit. Better give him some buns to sit on. There we go. Give him a little foots. Maybe his hand's just resting on his knee. See, I should have put him in before I put the highlights on the tree. I've messed my highlights up. But that's easy. We'll just go back and drop our highlights right back in. There we are. So the tree stands away from the guy a little bit. And we can take a little bit of the yellow ochre and think where light would strike here. Maybe a little bit on his hat right there, like so. Maybe a little coming around. Just a little right there. Maybe a little bit across the top of the shoulder. You know, I got to tell a little story here. We have a lot of requests that have came in wanting portraits. And years ago, I studied with a super painter and studied portraits for, maybe a year and a half, 2 years. And he became a very dear friend. And he took me aside one night and he says, Bob, he says, I've got to tell you the truth. He said, I want you to go and paint bushes and trees because that's where your heart is, and give up portraits. So that's why I'm here. There we go. And just maybe a little highlight bouncing across there. A little bit on his knee. That really is a true story, too. He really did tell me I should give up portraits. Takes a special knack. Okay. You know, we talk about that sometime, about talent. What is talent? Talent is nothing more than a pursued interest. In other words, things that you're interested in, you'll spend a lot more time working at than something you're not interested in. So that's all talent is. It's if you're willing to practice, spend the time to perfect something. Okay. Now then, let me clean up the brush a little bit. And there we go. We can just soften all this, just very gently. Very gently. And we can come down here, use a little bit of the dark color and put a little tiny bit of a waterline indication in here. Just a small amount. This is really a fun little painting. It should give you a lot of ideas for a lot of crazy things that you can do. And they should make you happy. We really want painting to make you happy. That's what it's all about. Okay, and I can just quieten this down a little bit over in the corner. Like so. Now, if you wanted to create a little more depth here, then you can add, maybe there's another little bush here that comes in front of the tree. And this will produce, every plane that you add into the painting will produce a little bit more depth. Okay, I'll take a little bit of the Indian yellow, permanent red, and we can put some highlights on this little bush. Push everything back a little further. Okay, I think we're about to get this one fixed up. We might put a few little leaves right up here, just to show that this one goes into a nice big tree. A little bit of the color, Indian yellow, permanent red, and just drop it in. Now, if you really want to have some fun, you could take the liner brush with a little bit of thin color on it and sort of go over some of these little logs here and make them stand out just a little more, because there'd be a lot of light hitting these. And we can fix him up a little. And all he wants an indication that there's an old fella sitting out here warming his foots. There we go. All right. It looks sort of like an old guy out here just silhouetted against the campfire. And I think this one's about ready for a signature. So let's put a signature right about here. You know, there comes a time when you can just absolutely piddle a painting to death. Okay, there we are. And we have that one all signed. Now, next week, I want to show you a fantastic little painting that I think will just tickle you to death. So have your canvas set up. We'll be doing a white canvas. I think that you'll really enjoy it. And, you know, talk for just a second. We would really like to hear from you and know what type of paintings that you would like to see in the future. So drop us a line in care of WIPB, Muncie, Indiana, and we'll be glad to answer any question, and we'll try to put together shows that supply you with the type paintings that you want to see. We also would like to someday put together a show where we bring on guest artists from all over the country and let them show you a multitude of different effects that you can try, that you can enjoy, that do good things to your heart. So we're looking forward to doing this for you. Anything else that you would like to see. On behalf of all of us here at the station, we'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting. We hope you have a super day. God bless. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Today I thought we'd do an almighty barn. And I'm going to ask them to graphically run the colors across the screen, so in case you missed them in one of our earlier shows, you can pick them up now. And thought today we'd do what they call a Wisconsin Swedish barn. Now, that's just a big old huge barn. So let's get to going here and let's do one. Going to start out with a little tiny bit of phthalo blue, just a small amount on the large brush. And we'll drop in a happy little sky here, starting right at the very top, going all the way across. There we are. And we already had the canvas covered with magic white, so it's nice and wet and slick and ready to go. And you can see how it's blending with this color. As you work down the canvas, it picks up the magic white, and automatically your color gets lighter as it gets closer toward the horizon. Okay, that'll give us a quick little sky, something to play with. Maybe we'll take the phthalo blue and add a little bit of Van Dyke brown to it, just to dull it down. And let's go right in here. Maybe will there be a little bit of water down here? Just a tiny bit. Okay, that'll give us something to work with. All right, let's clean the brush. There we are. Okay, let's take a 1-inch brush and put some clouds right up here in the sky. I'm going to take titanium white and the smallest little amount of permanent red in it. Just put a little sunshine in the cloud. Now, we don't want to set these clouds on fire. All we want to do is put a small amount of pink, just a little bit. Okay, let's go right up here. Now, all we do is touch the canvas and make little tiny circles. And just draw in some basic cloud shapes. Really push that paint. Keep the brush moving, don't let it set. Don't want to have big cotton balls up in the sky here. We want to have some nice fluffy little clouds. And let's go right over here and give him a little friend. There he is. Just a little floater. Okay. Maybe I'll put a tiny bit more right here. Maybe make this cloud even larger. Now let's take the large brush and very carefully, very gently, just blend the bottom of the clouds out. This is just a super simple little way of making clouds that are very effective, very pretty. Only takes you a second. Now we'll fluff the clouds up. Zoop, zoop, there we go. And very gently, just blend them together. Isn't that fantastic? That's such a nice way to make little clouds. And that gives us a quick little sky. Now I'm going to go right into a little bit more of the phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. We'll just mix it right here on the brush, no big deal. Looking for a purplish color. And let's put some little background trees back here. All we're going to do is just touch the canvas, pull downward with a large brush. These are just far away little distant trees, just to give us a little background. Okay, maybe there's a few right in here. Just drop them in, wherever you think they ought to be. Okay, now we can clean the brush up again, and we can start painting here. Now then, let's take a 1-inch brush and begin putting a little highlight on some of these distant trees back here. I'll use a little yellow ochre, maybe the tiniest little bit of permanent red. Just mix all these colors on the brush. And we'll go right back in here and just drop some basic little colors here and there. We're not worried about shape in here. We're just want some color in the background. There we go. Just some little things happening far, far away. There's a nice one. There he is. Just let him fall right off your brush. Once again, we're not looking for a great deal of detail. This is too far away. Just want some background. Maybe there's a little right in here. There's one. And leave some of these unpainted. Don't put any highlight on them. It makes it look like trees that are really, really far away, even more distant. There we go. Now then, let's take the large brush and very gently, I'm just going to start lifting up. Very, very gently. Going to add a small amount of the cad yellow here, just so it mixes with this purplish color that we have underneath. Just lift upward. Make it look like maybe a little hill that's far, far away. There we go. Isn't that fantastic that you can make a background that quick? I used to work for weeks to make a background, and even longer to do the painting. Okay, let's jump in here and start us a barn. Now, if you were with us on previous shows, we've decided it's quite helpful if we take and scrape out a basic shape, and it gets rid of the loose, thin paint off the canvas, and we can put our firm paint back on and really take off. So let's decide where the old barn's going to be. And as I say, this is going to be a big, huge barn. Maybe right here, like so. And just put in a basic shape. This is a super way just to lay out your ideas without really committing yourself. Maybe it comes down like that, and then out. There we go. And just take that loose paint right off the canvas. Now we can put our firm paint back on. It'll be right against the fabric, and it'll really give us something to work with. Okay, Van Dyke Brown. Let's go right into the Van Dyke Brown and begin blocking in this basic barn. There we go. Just straight old Van Dyke Brown. Just let the knife do the work. Okay, maybe right down through here. And we just fill all this up with brown. There. It only takes you a second when you're using a big old knife. Okay. That'll give us a nice base color to work with. Maybe it comes right out here like so. One over here, one out here. can just fill all this in. And we're not worried about detail at this time. All we're doing is laying the base color in. So don't worry about detail. See, already we have a nice basic barn shape here. There we go. And now we can begin worrying about little details. Okay, I'm going to take some Van Dyke brown and permanent red. And maybe this old barn has shingles on it, so we'll put some shingles. There we go. It gives us a nice color to work with. Now, up here we're going to have some angles that we just see the edge of the shingle, so we really don't have to spend a great deal of time worrying about them here. All we're going to see is the edges. Okay, just drop these in. All I'm doing is just touching the canvas and following the angles that we've put into the roof here. When you're doing buildings, angles are very, very important. In this series, we've tried to show you quite a few buildings and just let you go. Now then, take a little bit of the titanium white, a little brown in it, just a small amount of brown. And let's begin highlighting these little edges. Maybe there's a little highlight here and one that comes right down like so. Okay. Now, we can work on this angle right here. And I'm going to take, let me clean up a spot here to work on. I'm going to take and mix up some phthalo green and alizarin crimson in about equal parts. Make us a nice gray color. There we are. Very, very dark, very dark. Now we'll take a little bit of white, maybe a touch more of the crimson into that. That's better. That's what I'm looking for. Nice gray color. Okay. Now let's go right up in here, and angles, once again, are most important. Just pull it across. And you can vary that with a little bit of darker color if you want to push it back a little further, make it look old. And we need to come right down through here with a highlight. Sun would strike right there, like so. And now it's time to start figuring out where the other side of the barn is here. Before we do that, though, we can take a little bit of the light brown and make it look like little boards in here, little pieces of wood. All we're doing is just touching the canvas. Maybe there's a big door right here where they load the hay. There we go. Then we need to highlight around the door. Just a little bit of color. Maybe there's some boards here that they made the door out of. Now, let's come right down here and put another highlight, just to give us an idea. And let's make some shingles on this roof. And just like you were laying shingles, start at the bottom using the little edge of the knife. And just start laying in some shingles. Start at the bottom. And layer them. So the bottom of the top one covers the top of the bottom one. That's hard to say. And just do one row at a time. And these old shingles are all beat up and weather beaten, and they've had a rough life out here. Follow the angles in your roof. Most important. And this will give it a layered appearance. There we go. Just keep layering till you get all the way to the top. And at home, when you have all kinds of time, you can really make some little tiny shingles and put a lot of detail into this. There, that gives us a nice shingle-looking roof. Now we have to make some more determinations here. Where does this come? Maybe it comes right out like that. And we'll just put this in to sort of give us a guide to follow. Let's get a little bit more of the brown and permanent red. And we can begin laying some shingles right here. Now these are laying down, so you don't see them at the same angle that you would see these here. So all you have to do is just touch the canvas. Just touch the canvas. And let it go. There. Isn't that a super way to put a roof on a barn? God, I wished it was that easy in real life. Okay. Now, let's take a little blue, Van Dyke brown, and a little touch of white. There we go. Just mix it up till it's marbled. And we can begin putting some boards here. Maybe from here right down. Just let them come down. Like so. And we want this to be all weather beaten, so let the paint break. Let all these little things happen. Maybe there's a little touch of this color right up here, just so it follows through. There we go. Now, we can put in some little boards here just by dragging the knife right down through the paint, like so, wherever you think they should be. Now this side over here, we want to keep it very, very dark, very dark. So just some little indications. And we can just put a few little indications of a board here and there. We don't want a lot of detail over here. Okay, now, we need a door to get in that barn. We gotta have a way to put the horse in there. So let's just come right here, and maybe there's a big door on this barn. Just like so. Just pull it across. This is just straight Van Dyke brown. There we go. And we can take a little bit of the light color and highlight it so that door stands out. There. Son of a gun, we got a pretty good looking old barn going here. Okay, now, let's clean up a spot on the palette again so we can work. And we can begin putting some land around the barn. Straight Van Dyke brown, put a little bit of burnt umber into it. Now we can begin filling all this in. Maybe there's an angle like so with the land. There we are. And this is where we worry about at the bottom of our barn and begin getting it straight and everything worked out. Just put the dark in. We need some dirt under there. Then we'll plant some grass on it and let it grow. Just like so. Okay. Now maybe right down here, maybe there's a little pond. Just a small little pond that maybe the farmer dug it himself. So he'd have a place for his cows and horses to get a little drink of water. So we'll just pull a little bit of this brown down and allow that to be our reflection. Now what's fun is to reflect the whole barn into the water. Okay, now gently go across. Okay, now we can take our fan brush and start putting some little grassy areas in here. We'll use some cad yellow, a little bit of yellow ochre, a little touch of permanent red. Just mix these on the brush, and some sap green. And let these colors mix in the brush, and that way you have a multitude of things happening right here in the brush. You don't have to spend a lot of time trying to mix all these different colors. Touch, push upward. Make all those little grassy things just sort of happen there. And do it in layers, starting from the area that's farthest away and work forward. Just do it in layers. And this is the way you create the contour of the land. Well, let's see now. We got some grass up there. So let's put, maybe there's a happy little road here. A little place where they go into the barn. There it comes. Just drop it in. This is just Van Dyke brown and burnt umber. And then we'll go back with a little brown and white. And we can lay a tiny little bit of highlight on here. There, we don't know where that road goes. It just disappears. There we go. Now we can begin putting some grass on the other side of the road. Just drop it in, using the old fan brush here. There. It's beginning to look like an old barn yet. I like to do old buildings. I think they're just fantastic. I spend a lot of time with the camera taking pictures of old buildings for ideas as we travel around the country. Let's take a little brown and white here. And maybe there's a little highlight that shows right here. So we'll just put a little bit here and there. You know, there's a million things around you every day to paint. Just look around and notice them. That's all it takes. They're always present. But we see them so often, we have a tendency just to overlook them. So take the time to look at them. Nature is fantastic, but you just have to spend a little time appreciating it, studying it. There's beauty in every tree, in every bush. There we go. Just put a little water line around there. Couple little ripples on the water. Maybe there's a little water line right there. Wherever you want them. This is your world. Okay, now we got a whole right side here we have to do something with. So, let's take a little bit of sap green, alizarin crimson, Van Dyke brown. We'll just mix it together on the brush here. And let's go right up in here. And take the big brush, and let's just push a happy little tree right out of the brush. There it goes. There. Just let it flow right out of the brush. What started out as a happy little tree ends up as a happy big tree. And some little things right in here. Wherever. Just let your heart take you wherever you want to go. Maybe this just comes right down like so. We'll just fill all this up with some nice dark color. Need the dark in order to show light. There. You know, just looking at my barn here, we ought to have a wheel to pull the hay up. So I'll take a little bit of paint thinner and thin down my Van Dyke brown till it's almost like water on the liner brush. Bring it to a nice sharp point. And let's go right up here. Maybe an old wheel up here. And just go around like so. We'll put some spokes in that wheel. This is so they can pull the hay up and put it up in the barn. So when it gets cold, the old cow's got a little something to eat. And the little stick that comes out here that holds that wheel. Okay. Let's take a little bit of Van Dyke brown, a little white on one side, and very quickly drop in a couple little trunks here. There he goes. I'll give him a little friend right there. Alrighty. Now, we can take the 1-inch brush. We'll use a little bit of cad yellow and sap green. And let's begin highlighting some of these beautiful little things back here. Just drop them in. Oh, there's a nice one. There's a nice one. There's one right there. Just drop these little rascals wherever you want them. Let's put some up here on this big tree. This is just cad yellow, a little bit of sap green. Just drop rascals anywhere you want them. Let your imagination just go free. Okay, now maybe the old farmer had him a little fence out here, so let's just drop a happy little fence in. We'll put a few little posts here. There they go. Maybe there's one more right there, and one that we just barely can see. Touch a little highlight to them. Bloop. Don't want a great deal, just a little, just to make them stand out. A little magic white on the knife, and put some wire on that fence. Got 3 strands there. Okay, now we can finish this rascal up. Come right along here and drop in another little bush. If you're going to be painting along with us next week, we'll be doing a white canvas, so you can have your easel set up all ready to go. Paint along with us. Let's take a little bit of brown. I'm getting crazy here, and we're out of time, but we'll do it anyway. I'm going to put a little path right here. We need a little path so we can walk around. Just Van Dyke brown. Let it mix with the colors underneath. Just like so. And we'll take a little bit of brown and white and put some highlight on here. There we are. Give us a little path. And we put a few little bushes right over here, just to close that path in. Okay. And I think this one is just about finished. We can drop a signature in here and have a finished painting. I hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a great deal of fun. It will teach you a lot about buildings and make your heart happy. Let's sign on the right side this time. We'll drop a quick signature in here. I'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting. God bless. And we'll see you next week. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Glad to see you again. Thought today we'd do a nice little easy painting that'll just bring a lot of joy to your heart. So let's get started here, and we're going to start with a little bit of, let's take a little bit of phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. It's a very nice, warm, bright blue. Work it into the brush. We'll go right up here at the top and just very quickly drop us in a little sky. And use these little crisscross strokes, little X strokes. Leave some little places open. Don't cover it all so it looks like you just painted back and forth with a bunch of blue. We want some life in this guy. We want some action. There we go. And maybe we'll have a tiny little bit of water in this one. Just play a little bit. I love water. Hope you do too. So we'll just do that. Okay, now let's clean the brush. And we just clean the brush with odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess paint, then beat the bristles dry and cover the whole studio. There we go. Now we'll just blend this out. And see all these little areas that you left open? They look like little things happening in the sky. Really makes a very effective, quick, pretty little sky. There we go. Okay. Let's take the fan brush today. We'll play a little bit. I'm going to take a little bit of alizarin crimson, just a small amount, and Prussian blue. Now the Prussian blue is many, many times stronger than the crimson, so use very little Prussian blue. And just mix it right here on the brush, like so. Now we're ready. And let's go up here and let's just put in a basic little mountain shape. We'll just use a fan brush today so we don't have to work so hard. And there we are. Just drop it in. That's a little bit redder than I wanted, so we'll add a little bit of blue to it. We can change the color right here on the canvas. That's no biggie. Easy to do. The blue is so strong it'll just consume it. There. That's a little better. I wanted a little bit more into the purplish hue. Seems like I wrote a song about Purple Mountain Majesty. Beautiful song. There we go. Now, with a large brush, we can grab this and just pull it down. There we are. And that'll give us a basic little mountain that's far, far away. We don't have to worry about a lot of detail in this mountain because it's too far away. We don't want a lot of detail into it. On some of our previous series, we've really worked hard on mountains to show you how to make them. And this time we've sort of avoided getting into all the snow-covered mountains and just want you to see how to make some different things. Okay. And just by using brush strokes, you can make it look like little things are happening, and you really haven't done a darn thing. It's just impressions. There. Okay, that gives us a nice little basic shape to play with. And we'll wash this brush again. And we're ready to move right along. Okay, maybe we'll take a little bit more of the crimson and Prussian blue, and we'll make some little foothills way back in the distance. I'm going to add a tiny bit of white to that. There we go. Sort of make a little lavender color here, purple. I think we're ready. Now we'll go right back into the fan brush. We're having so much fun with it today, let's just use it for a while. And figure out here basically where you want your little foothills to be. And let's start right here. And we're just going to touch and go down. Just touch and go down. We just want distant trees here. We don't want a lot of detail. Put the detail in the foreground. You know, it's lack of detail sometimes is as important as detail. When things are far, far away, you don't make out all the little details. You don't see every single leaf. All you see is basic shapes, shadows, different colors, but you don't see all the little details. It disturbs me sometimes when I look at paintings to see a tree that's supposed to be 10 miles away and you can count every leaf on it. Look out your window, you don't see that. There we go. Just some quick little foothills. Just drop them in. Okay, now we can take the large brush, and I'm going to just gently tap the bottom of this. I want to create a little misty area right in here. I'm just using the corner of the brush, just tapping. Then we'll lift it up. There we go. Now maybe there's a few more trees right here. Now because the mist is there, these will stand out. It's the same color, but the mist will allow them to stand out a little better. If you put dark against dark, you have nothing. You have to put dark against light, light against dark, continually. You have to play games with it. There we go, just like so. And we have some quick little foothills back here. Now, let's go right in here, and I'm going to add some sap green right into this color. Just right into that lavender color. And mix it up good. Now maybe as they get closer, you're beginning to see more color. When things are far, far away from you, they have a bluish hue to them. It's because of water molecules in the air. So maybe here we're getting into something that has a little more color, a little green to it. We'll just put another layer real quick. Just drop them in. Maybe I'll add a tiny bit more of the green here. I want it to get a little greener than that even. Oh, that's much better. Much, much better. Just let some of these little tones and values happen. Don't overwork them till they turn to mud. Create all kind of little things. Maybe these come right down through here. And every time you put another plane into a painting, it creates the depth in the painting. So often we work so hard to put depth into a painting and it ends up looking flat. Work with layers, with planes. Each plane that you add increases the depth of the painting. Now, let's just drop some little color in here, just a little bit. There we are. And already we have several different planes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, right there. That'll really push that painting back. Now, with a clean fan brush, I'm going to take just a little bit of titanium white, small amount. We'll make it look like little trunks way back in the distance. Just touch, pull straight up. Just a little, just a little. Don't overdo. Just a little. There, knew you could do it. There we are. Now, we'll take a fan brush and put some yellow on it, a little bit of yellow ochre, and sap green. There we go. And then we can begin highlighting back here. Just let some little things happen. And this covers up the bottom of the little trunks that you just laid in and brings it all together. Far, far away. We don't want a lot of detail yet. And maybe there's some nice reflections right here. If we're going to have a little pond, just grab the bottom of it, decide where your little pond is, and pull down. Pull straight down. Let it pick up all the colors. And very gently go across. Isn't that something that you can make a beautiful reflection that fast? And maybe there's all kind of little things happening out in here. Maybe some little peninsulas. Just drop them in wherever you think they ought to be. And we'll take a little bit of the Van Dyke brown. And let's put a little bit of land back here. Just here and there. All these little grassy things have to have a place to sit. And we can take some brown and white and a little bit of burnt umber and very gently highlight this. Just like so. Now, we'll use a little bit of the magic white and we'll just very quickly drop us in a little water line back here. Just a little light area to sort of separate all this. And we're using very firm pressure here, just literally cutting right into the canvas. There we are. Okay, that gives us a pretty nice little background to play with. Now we can get in here and really have some fun. So let's go right into, there's some sap green, a little bit of crimson, Van Dyke brown, maybe a touch of Prussian blue, just a very small amount. Okay, now let's go right up in here and we'll just begin dropping in some little basic tree shapes. And we're not worried about detail here yet. We will in a minute, but at this point, All we're doing is just dropping in basic shapes. Don't worry about it. There we go. And you really push this paint into the canvas. Use a lot of pressure. Just get in there and push. Bend the bristles. It's most important that you bend these bristles. Make all these little things happen. There we go. And wherever you think they ought to be, that's where they ought to be. Tell you what, while we have this nice color going here, we can just sort of fill up the rest of the canvas with it. Okay. There we are. Boy, what a beautiful little spot. This reminds me of my home in Alaska. Here a couple of years ago, my mother lives in Florida, and I brought her up to Alaska and took her salmon fishing, let her catch a great big salmon. And she had one heck of a good time. Okay, now, while I still have this brush loaded, let's just make I loaded a lot of paint into the bristles. Maybe there's a happy little evergreen that lives right there. Start off by just touching the canvas to sort of give you a guide. Use the corner of the brush at first. Maybe this one just runs right on off the canvas. And just begin laying in a beautiful little evergreen. Just like so. And here we just have sap green with a little Van Dyke brown in it, just to dull it down. And just push that tree right out of your brush. They live in there. Okay. Now we can start putting some details in this rascal. Yeah. I'm going to take a little bit of the burnt umber, and touch of Van Dyke brown in it. So we have burnt umber and Van Dyke brown. And let's put us in a basic trunk in this nice evergreen here. Always try to remember to do the thing that's farthest away first, so you have to make almighty decisions. Is this tree farther away or is it closer? If it's far away, then you want to do it first. Put a little highlight on there, a little brown and white, just so it stands out a little. There, something like so. Now we can go back, we'll just use a fan brush. These little evergreens can be made with a fan brush, 1-inch brush, 2.5-inch brush, just about anything. Now I've got sap green on here with a little yellow, and we can just come back and just lay some delicate little highlights here and there. Just let that brush work around and play. Just let it bounce here and there. Don't want to kill all that beautiful dark that you put in there. As you work down the tree, things should get darker and darker and darker and darker as you come down. So by allowing the brush to pick up the colors underneath, automatically that happens. You don't have to spend a lot of time worrying about it. It happens. Okay, now let's get us a 1-inch brush and begin highlighting some of these things. I'll use a little cad yellow with some sap green in it. Just mix it on the brush so you have a multitude of colors happening here. And let's go right over here on the right side and just begin putting in some beautiful little leaves here and there. Just drop these rascals in. Let them fall off your brush. And worry about shape in your tree. What makes that tree round? Look at how the leaves are. There's patterns in nature, and you need to leave these dark areas in there. If you kill all the dark areas, your trees are going to be very, very flat. Very flat. They'll have no shape. Okay, maybe a few little trunks here and there. It's just a little bit of Van Dyke brown. Okay. Oh, there's a little trunk right there in that little bush. Okay, maybe there's some trees over here in the foreground. You don't really have to make any big decisions yet. In a minute you will. There's another little trunk. Just grows right down like that. And while I've got this brown on the knife here, Van Dyke brown, a little touch of umber in it. Now we can begin, maybe there's some ground showing in places. So we just lay it in at random right now. We're not too worried about it. Just putting the dark in, so when we highlight this, it'll look like land. Maybe there's some that comes right down here. Wherever you want it. There we go. Gotta have a way to walk out here and catch that big trout that lives out there in that lake. Okay, we'll take some brown and some white. Maybe we'll put a tiny, tiny little bit of blue in it, just to gray it down a little bit. And very gently here, using no pressure. No pressure. Just let this glide right across it. And you want the paint to break like this so it has little holes in it. Let some of that dark show through. You don't want to kill all that dark that you've worked so hard to put in there. Let it show through. There we go. All right. Now we can go back to putting some highlights on the bushes and the trees and bring all that together. Little yellow ochre, sap green. Load the brush full of paint. Full of paint. Probably the biggest mistake made when you're painting at home is not putting quite enough paint in the brush. It takes a lot of paint and then a very delicate touch here. We're not using a lot of pressure. Just barely, barely touching the canvas. And because the paint on the canvas is very firm, the thin paint will stick to it. If your paint doesn't stick, then it's not thin enough. Just begin working out little individual bushes. And when you're doing these, do one little bush at a time. I know sometimes when you're watching it looks like you just sock the canvas and a whole bunch of bushes appear, but they're done one at a time. Each one's an individual. Each one has a personality. So separate them when you're in this foreground. That's what creates distance, that you can see layers and layers and layers of bushes and trees, okay? All right, let's go back in here and begin layering these. There we are. Now, if we can look right in here, you can see there's 1, 2, 3 layers right there. That's what leads the eye into the painting. Spend some time working on that. It's worthwhile. It'll pay you great dividends in the end, make you happy. And of course, no one's interested in monetary gains, but if you should be, that's what sells the painting. There we are. Okay. A little bit more of the sap green. And we can just drop some beautiful little leaves right out here on this tree. And it's in front of the evergreen. So show that in your painting. And it pushes that evergreen back, makes him far, far away. All kinds of little things happening here. Now let's go back to the fan brush. It makes such nice, soft little grassy areas. And just begin following right down like this. Now this is where the lay of the land becomes important. So pay attention to the angles that you're using here. Don't just throw them in at random. Follow the lay of the land. I want this to sort of look like maybe there's a little hill there, a little incline. So do it in layers, doing the thing farthest away first and working forward. Put some little happy things in there. And let a little bit of this ground area show through here and there. Don't kill it all. It's so easy to do when you get started. It turns into fun, and the next thing you know, you've covered up the whole painting. There. Okay. Now we can take just a clean knife, use the point of the knife, and just scrape some little sticks and twigs here and there. These also show different planes in the painting and help create the illusion of distance. Let's go right over here. Maybe we can drop a few in here. And if you want a big stick, turn the knife sideways and pull. That'll give you bigger sticks. There we go. All right. Now maybe, composition-wise, maybe this needs a nice big tree that lives right here. So let's take some Van Dyke brown and let's build us a tree right there. And just make a decision, drop him in, go with it. I love trees. They're one of the most beautiful things in nature. And each one has a personality. Study them, make friends with them. Spend some time in the woods and just talk to a tree. I know that sounds crazy. All I'm trying to do is to get you to look at trees and to understand the beauty and understand what makes a tree, what makes each one different. There we go. Now, maybe he's got a little arm that lives right here, and let's just let it wander right on up. There it goes, there it goes, there. Now we can go back in here, make this trunk a little bigger. There. And we can begin putting all kinds of little limbs here. Now you could also use the liner brush with a thin oil to draw in all these small limbs, or it's a super good way to practice with a knife. You learn control of the knife and make it your friend. There. There's one. I see it right there. Goes right up like that. Maybe. Yep, there it is. Another one right there. So, just let your tree just flow right out of your imagination. But have a basic understanding of what makes a tree. Okay, now, let's take a tiny bit of yellow ochre, a little bit of burnt umber, mix it together. And we can put a little bit of highlight on this trunk. There we are. Just to make it stand out. And just highlight the sides you think light would hit on. You have to make determinations where your light source is, where the light's coming from throughout the whole painting. Just here and there. Okay. Now we can lay some dark color in here, and then we'll highlight the dark color, and that'll turn out to be the beautiful leaves that live on this tree. Load a lot of paint into the brush. I'm using sap green, Van Dyke brown. Let's put a touch of Prussian blue into it. Prussian blue will really, really darken it up. Okay, now I want these leaves to be nice, loose, and airy so you can see through them and still make out a little bit of the background behind. So don't kill all your background. Just barely touch the canvas. Barely, barely touch. Leave some air in here. Leave some places for the little birds to sit. There we are. Okay, now maybe over here on this little limb, put some dark color, just so our highlight will show up. You need the dark in order to have light. Okay, now we can go back here with a thin paint, and we'll use a color that's, let's use a pretty bright yellow here. A little bit of green in it, but mostly yellow. We need quite a bright color to make it stand out from all the background. Once again, leave this loose and airy so we can see through it and see that there's a mountain back there. Creates tremendous depth and interest in your painting. Look at that. Just barely touch. Barely, barely touch the canvas. Don't kill all that dark. Your tree will get flat. We don't like flat trees. There. Okay, maybe there's a little bit right out in here, like so. And right over here, you need this light color to bring it out from the evergreen that's behind it. There we are. Now we can take the fan brush and very gently here put a little bit of the grassy area around his foot and bring all that together, like so. Okay, I think we have a painting that's about ready for a signature here. So let's take a little bit of the thin oil, a little bit of permanent red, and we'll just sign this rascal. Next week we'll be doing a white canvas. So have your easel set up, big glass of iced tea there beside you. Join us. Think you'll enjoy it. There, we have that one signed. And with that, the old clock on the wall tells us it's time to go. I'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting. See you next week. God bless.